Alright, welcome back to another stream with AC4 Black Flag, the 2023 Stealth and all mission objectives playthrough. And yeah, today we're gonna be finishing off the main story and the playthrough by playing through sequence 11, 12 and then doing the final modern day part before playing the epilogue. And yeah, that's literally what's left at this point. Just the main story really. I still have to unlock the Mayan armor, but I'm only like 1 Mayan steal away from getting it. So yeah, we can really focus entirely on getting the story done today. And then we're off to the next game, which is gonna be Watch Dogs. Yeah, last time we stopped here in the Abstergo Interlude 4. And kind of like the imprisonment part of the game, because of Abstergo finding out that somebody has been hacking their devices. They kind of like have taken security precautions and putting everyone in kind of like cells, similar to the rooms that you had in AC1, you know, being imprisoned as Desmond. And at the same time, that's happening to Edward Kenway because the sage Bartholomew Roberts has betrayed him at the observatory and sold him into Spanish prisons. And yeah, now him and a lot of the other pirates are facing death row, essentially. That's what we're gonna jump back into, because we are finished with all of the modern day that's currently accessible to us. Which is only this floor, because the elevator is currently locked off because of the imprisonment, which means we gotta wait until the next forced modern day part, which is basically just before the epilogue, just before finishing off the game, until we can access the other parts and unlock all the level 3 rooms and computers. But yeah, until then, let's go back into the main story with sequence 11.
The charges, sir, I'll hear them again.
My lord, His Majesty's court contends that the defendants, Mary Read and Anne Bonny, did piratically, feloniously, and in an hostile manner attack, engage, and take 7 certain fishing boats. Secondly, this court contends that the defendants lurked upon the high seas and did set upon, shoot at, and take 2 certain merchant sloops, thus putting the captains and their crews in corporeal fear of their lives.
Edward James Kenway, born of motley parentage in Swansea, to an English father and Welsh mother. Married at 18 to Miss Caroline Scott, now estranged.
She's a beautiful woman, I am told, but not at all well these days.
If you touch her, you bastards, I'll...
Quite a surprise finding you here rotting in a Jamaican prison. We heard rumors that you had taken up with the pirate Roberts.
If you know the observatory's location, tell us now, and you'll be out of here in a flash.
Rogers can hold these British hounds at bay, for a time. But this will be your fate if you fail to cooperate.
You, Mary Read and Anne Bonny, are to go from hence to the place from whence you came, and from thence to the place of execution, where you shall be severally hanged by the neck, till you are severally dead, dead, dead!
Oh, Ross!
May God in his infinite mercy be merciful to each of your souls!
We're pregnant! Do you all hear that?
What the devil did she say?
They plead their bellies, my lord.
Aye, you can't hang a woman quick with child, can ye?
Quiet! Quiet! If what you claim is true, then your executions will be stayed, but only until your terms are up.
Then I'll be up the duff the next time you come knocking.
Remove them!
What's your name? Billock? Kenmore? Conway?
It's Walpole, ain't it?
Walpole? Where'd you get that?
And that's the rumour going round. As dirty and daft a pirate as ever sailed these West Indies.
Well, whatever his name, gotta make sure he suffers without dying. Orders from the governor. And back to the prisons at sundown.
And massage his feet if he's aching, shall I?
Jesus. A shit detail as ever was.
Can't they kill the bastard and been a good hanging for months, not since Rackham got his?
Hey, hard to understand how it works. I've heard it said they scooped up Captain Vane near a year ago. He's not seen the end of the road.
I can't fathom it. Some men, they stretch after days of capture. Others they sit on.
Oi!
Stop your twaddle!
Good morning, Captain Kenway. I have a gift for you. Do not mistake my purpose here. I have come for Anne and Mary, and you owe me nothing for this. But if you would lend me your aid, I can promise you safe passage from this place.
I'll need weapons.
You are comfortable with this, I am told. We must hurry.
And here we are. Finally out of prison, but being in prison for like close to a year, I would reckon. You know, when Rogers and Torres visit him, he's already been there for quite a bit of time. And now this is 4 months after Anne and Mary have pleaded their bellies and have said that they're pregnant. And they're still in prison, so you can imagine how good they're doing. But yeah. Let's see if we can visit some old friends, I guess, because we're also gonna be seeing quite a few people from the past, like pirates we have encountered throughout the game, that are actually dead at this point already. Also, hey there in Gamer Loop. I've been well, thank you for asking. Yeah, looking forward to finish off Black Flag today with the main story. Hey there, Mr. Goody, welcome in. Vision pass on that first claim, as always. Hope you're having a good day so far. Yeah, welcome back to this game. And probably one of the saddest missions of the game, to be honest. Given how much death we encounter. So somewhere should be Jack Rackham here, also in a cage. So I'm just gonna have a look across the beach here, maybe I can find him. Don't remember exactly where he was, but I'm sure we can find it. Just of course gotta make sure that we actually stay silent here. Ava Carbon, welcome in. Okay, gonna wait for this guy to turn around. Yeah, I think there he is.
You
weren't much of a friend, Jack Rackham, nor an able sailor neither. But you were strange and lively, and you made me laugh more than once. And that's enough to make me sorry for seeing you like this. I hope you found a lasting peace, down there among the dead.
Yeah, that's a first. Jack Rackham. Okay, so we gotta make sure that you actually sabotage all of the alarm boats. I'm gonna go back here to the start. Crazy how many guards we have in this area.
Where do you think you're going? The bastard's running.
Yeah, come over here.
Hold you.
Yeah, the more darts we get, the better.
Hold my...
What's going on there?
Okay, let's loot these guys here. So you can get some sleep darts back. Or not. Nobody heard that. We could just go ahead and try to do like a berserk party here. Just to clear off this area a bit faster. Does create kind of like open conflict, but as long as you'd stay inside this grass here, we should be fine. Okay, that takes care of the alarm belts here. I feel like I should probably create another open conflict here. Get clear of this door. Stop moving. It really is Carbon. The chaos you can unleash with those is always funny. It can be a bit tricky with a detection system because it creates, of course, open conflict between guards. So if they spot you, it's gonna be like sometimes inside detection. So yeah, it can be difficult, but it is quite funny to watch and see the chaos unleash. We're just gonna wait for the berserk there to run out. Because if we show ourselves here, it's gonna be like inside detection, essentially. Okay. So we did actually miss something there, I just noticed, and that's a dialogue about Stede Bonnet. It's not part of the optional objective, but yeah, there's basically like, even though you don't see Stede Bonnet, they're basically making a comment about how he cried before they hanged him, pleaded for his life. Which honestly is the saddest out of the 3 deaths, I think. Because Stede Bonnet, you know, didn't really have anything malicious in mind, you know. He was just trying to have adventure, you know, and enjoy his life. And he chose kind of like the pirate life because he had the freedom there that he didn't have in his ordinary life, I guess. Yeah, he was called a gentleman pirate for a reason. Yeah, sounds good, Carpen. You enjoy your lunch, and definitely catch you later. There he is. Charles Wayne. Just completely lost, you know.
Hello, Vane. At Court Wind, you'd been discovered and brought here. Didn't hear what happened after. Best of luck to you, mate. I wish we'd parted as friends.
Yeah. It's crazy he doesn't even recognize Edward anymore, either. Okay, I could definitely need some steep darts here, so I'm gonna go ahead and craft a couple of them. Didn't really get any from looting here, so crafting it is.
You bastards! Somebody help!
Yeah, just waiting here to see if there's more dialogue, but I think that's it.
Mary, it's me, Edward.
Edward? Who's this fella?
It's all right, Anne. He's a friend. What's wrong with Mary?
She's ill.
And her child?
They took her. No idea where. Oh! Oh! Oh!
I know it pains my lady, but we must be silent.
Can you walk? Lean on me, Mary. Come on.
I can't.
Search every cell!
Come on, that's it. You're all right.
Stop. Stop, please.
I ain't leaving you, damn it. Lift your arm.
It's no good.
There's no one here!
I ain't leaving you nowhere. No bloody way.
Put me down, Edward. Don't die on my account. Go.
This is such a pain in the ass. Damn it. You should have been the one to outlast me.
I've done my part. Will you?
If you came with me, I could. Mary.
I'll be with you, can we? I will.
All right, search every nook and cranny.
Rest in peace, Mary. Yeah, this for definitely hits the hardest. And you can see it also in Edward, you know, like how destroyed he is seeing her die. You know, especially over this. Over the way they've been treated in the prison, you know. Being far worse than anything they've ever done to anyone. Yeah, she's the reason Edward even considers, you know, changing his path. And ultimately joining with the assassins, you know, something Mary always believed in, yet in himself, you know. Make a positive change instead of being selfish. So this next part is a bit tricky when it comes to stealth, because guards will see you on site, like inside detect you. However, the cutscene will change, I think, if you're carrying Mary there or not. And for canon reasons, we definitely carry her out of here. But that makes stealth a bit tricky, so I gotta see if we can even pull this off, or if it's kind of like a force detection almost. There's a couple guys there. If we run past there, we're definitely gonna be detected. I'm just gonna test if it's gonna be an inside detection, because then it's forced detection, and I can't do anything about it. Okay, that worked, I guess.
Come on, don't lose the shit!
Yeah, that's just bullshit. One of them just walked like that. I'm gonna treat this as a force detection. Nothing I can do there.
What's happened to Mary? What's wrong?
Is she gone?
Oh no. Oh God! Oh!
What will you do now?
Nothing sensible.
You haven't earned this, but they suit you. Good fortune to you, Edward Kenway.
Yeah. It's just crazy good, you know, how they portray the characters in this game, I think. It really makes you feel for each and every death, you know, even for the people that you didn't like too much, you know, like Jack Rackham and Charles Vane have been a pain in the ass. But even for them, you feel like so bad, you know, seeing like Vane like that. Even though he betrayed Edward, you know, and he was paranoid at the end. And probably earned at least some kind of like setback. You know, he didn't deserve anything that happened to him in the prison. And then when it happens to people that don't deserve it at all, you know, like Anne and Mary, it just hits so much harder. It's even difficult to put it into words, and it just really speaks for the story of this game, I think, you know. Kind of like bringing out such complex emotions, I think, out of both Edward, I guess, and people playing it. But yeah, such a good memory. I can see what that does with Edward, you know. What he's just seen.
Bring a bottle. I see some colour first.
Will this do? In all your years out here, you could never achieve what I've done in 1/5 the time. Because you're a good man, Edward, see? Goodness is your disease.
That's my prize, Roberts. Give it here!
Remember my creed, boy. A short life and a merry one, that is all. The world owes us nothing more than this. So take what you will, and then die before you live to see yourself made a fool.
Give it here.
That's right, boy, take it.
I'll sweeten you, maggot. I'll cut you down!
little puppy, and slink back to your kennel. You haven't the mettle for my brand of madness. Robert!
Welcome aboard, Kenway. It's prizes, plunder, and adventure ahead. Are you game?
Out of my way, Ben. Raise a glass to freedom, lads. Here's to gentlemen of fortune and women of leisure.
To a world full of rogues, better than all the kings and queens that kick us about.
As gentlemen of fortune, we enjoy plenty and satisfaction, pleasure and ease, liberty and power. What man with a sensible mind would choose the former life? For I have dipped my hands in muddied waters, and, withdrawing them, find 'tis better to be a commander than a common man!
I just love the symbolism in this sequence so much. It reminds me a little bit of the dream sequence that Bayek has in Origins, actually. Really introspective.
Soaring high above a shepherd's field, swooped down on powerful wings to seize a grazing lamb, carried off to her nest. Flying close by, a jackdaw saw the deed, and filled his head with the idea that he too was just as strong and capable. So, with a great flapping and rustling of feathers, the jackdaw came down swiftly and clutched at the coat of a large ram. But when he tried to fly away, he found he could not lift the animal, for his size and strength were not up to the task. And even as the jackdaw struggled, the ram hardly noticed he was there. Nearby, just across the field, the shepherd saw the fluttering bird and was quite amused. Running up, he captured the jackdaw and clipped its wings. That evening, he gave the jackdaw to his children as a gift. "What an odd little bird this is, father," they laughed and shouted. "What do you call him?" "This is a jackdaw," the father said. "But if you should ask him, he would claim to be an eagle."
They can see all kinds of people hanging. You have, of course, Mary, you have a couple of assassins, you have Blackbeard. Is that Edward's former wife? Caroline? I think it might be. Kind of foreshadowing that she's also dead at this point, right? But Edward doesn't know that yet. Kind of also interesting, that story, you know, the Aesop fable, I guess, about the jackdaw trying to imitate the eagle, you know, because in a way that's very much the case for Edward, of course, you know, like he took on the ropes of an assassin, even though that's not who he is, you know. And of course his ship being named the Jackdaw is kind of that double meaning there.
You the most!
But you had me! What keeps you wondering? Do I not make you happy?
I'm so close, Caroline! Please! Just let me do this!
Everything you do, I'll spy, Edward!
It's not spite that's driving me, Mary! It's courage!
Courage for what, man? There's no one left in your life to care.
God damn you all! I can handle this!
Out! Always tearing down when you could be building things up, or building yourself up if nothing else.
Just leave me be!
Change course, Edward! Change your bloody course before it's too late!
Captain Kenway! You look like a bowl of plum duff.
Christ! Oh, I've got a head for 10.
On your feet.
You put me on the spot, Addy. After leaving me with Robert, I should have hard feelings about seeing you here. But mostly I'm bloody glad.
Me too, brother. And you'll be chuffed to know your jackdaw is still in one piece.
Shall we set sail? You're leaving?
Aye, Edward. But I have another calling elsewhere.
Ade, listen.
When your heart and your head are ready, visit the assassins. I think you'll understand then.
And you can't blame Adivade's decision here either, right? Like, he's seen the course that Edward was sailing, and he decides he doesn't want to be part of it anymore, you know? He has to fight for something bigger than, you know, going after money, which clearly just leads to more ruin, you know? Like, everything we've lost wasn't worth it, you know? Not any money, or some. And Adivade realizes that the assassins give him an opportunity, you know, to do something with his life that wasn't possible with the Jackdaw. But Adivade is still, you know, thankful for his time, because he really got treated as an equal, you know, which wasn't the case very often in his life. But with the assassins, that's possible again, you know, like they're treating him even more so as an equal than probably at the Jackdaw. And he can of course also use it as a platform to, you know, liberate slaves, which we see in the Freedom Cry DLC for Black Flag. Which I'm not playing this year, because I'm only playing DLCs in games developed by Ubisoft Montreal. But we'll definitely play that again next year. Yeah, I think that's the point where I want to take care of the Mayan armor. And I'm still missing one Mayan stele, I think, on this island here. Over way up here. That's the island where we got stranded together with Fetch. Not Fetch, Vane. Hey there, Grumpy. Welcome in. Kingston making Edward crazy. Love how the water looks here, actually. Another thing I just realized, we can also pick up the pistol swords. Now that we finish all of the assassin contracts. This one I have to align it with. Remember when you played this years ago on the PS3, you liked it too bad the combat was no bueno, at least for you. That's fair. I think the parkour definitely has its flaws and things it does well. I think Overroad was a bit of a step down from AC3. But yeah, I guess it works quite well. It's just there's some situations, like especially with the boarding, where things can be a bit, you know, chaotic. And sometimes, as a result of that, there's like weird bugs that can happen, I guess, where you can't actually counter. Or you just fall down and they take you through wards and stuff. It's definitely not the most perfect system, that's for sure. Yeah, like this. Also, hey there, Pix, welcome in. How's it going? So AC2 and Unity for you? Yeah, I do like the gameplay in those games too. It is quite satisfying. Also in Unity with just like the quality of animations, you know, and how fluid everything feels. Okay, so now that we solved all of the Mayan cities, we can go back to the assassin hideout. Ah, that's actually where we headed next either way. Well, that's perfect timing then. Going good. How about you? That's good to hear, Hitpix. And yeah, it's going good. We're actually about to finish Black Flag today. Just currently working my way through sequence 11 and 12, the last ones. And then if I still have time later, then we're gonna be also starting Watch Dogs as our next game in the Ubisoft Montreal series run. How's it going for you and with Rogue? It felt you controlled your character, not just autopilot. Yeah, that's fair. I definitely do think that you're definitely quite in control with Unity most of the time. There are some things that can happen where it's not quite as predictable with some of the parkour moves, depending on the environment. But ultimately, it's also like a lot about just spending more time with the system and really knowing like what kind of distances you gotta have for certain moves to trigger. But overall, I quite like how they handled that system in Unity. Yeah, I'm doing well, Grumpy. Thank you for asking. Definitely excited to be finishing this game today. How about you, Grumpy? How are you? Oh, very nice Hitpix. What did you think about the main story? And also the ending? There we go. Mayan armor. Looking a bit futuristic, I guess, with a meadow and everything. But yeah, this is essentially based on first civilization material, right? It's probably made of the same material that Altair used to make the armor of Altair, which you could obtain as Ezio. Because that armor had the ability to not break, essentially. So it didn't have to repair it. However, with this metal, it's actually more akin to what the ring was made of in AC3, doing all of the Peg-Leg missions there. You kind of unlocked a piece of Eden, a ring you could put on, and then you could essentially avoid any bullets being fired at you, because it worked as kind of like a counter-magnet, like anti-magnet kind of device. And yeah, the armor was made of the same thing, which means wearing the Mayan armor, you can avoid pistol and musket damage, since bullets won't hit you. So it's really good actually for combat. Played Watch Dogs 1 on PC with some mods. That was good. So what kind of mods did you use? Because I did also use some mods on my first playthrough too. It was kind of like a E3 mod, which tried to make the game more like it looked like in the E3 demo, I guess. I quite enjoyed that. And I combined it with the Windy City, which kind of like added more wind physics. Yeah, that's fair as well, hit picks. I wasn't too much of a fan how they handled that either, you know. Because ultimately, you know, they just like Shay was more fortunate to fall, not quite as fatal, I guess. But yeah. Give me a sec, I'm just giving some pets to my doggo. Because she wants some, apparently. Yeah, she's a good doggo. What kind of dog is it? So she's kind of like a Dachshund mix. You might also know that as a sausage dog. Or kind of like Badger Hound, I guess, would be the literal translation, because it is a German breed and a German name, I guess. But yeah, she's basically like a mixed breed with Dachshund being the most prominent one. That's actually kind of funny because she's technically a mini Dachshund, so a very small version. But because she has mix in her, which is a couple other kind of like breeds, she actually is as long or even longer as some other like regular Dachshund sizes, which is really funny. But it definitely looks quite unique for being a Dachshund. A long dog, indeed. It's called a Tax in Swedish and Grafhund in Danish. I gotcha. I didn't know that actually. That's interesting. So Tax in Swedish. Graf means to dig. I gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah. It definitely makes sense because they are quite the diggers, you know, because of course they used to kind of like assist hunters in tracking down, you know, tunnel animals, I guess, like badgers. And they had to dig sometimes, of course, to get entrance into those kind of like tunnels. And it's still kind of like in their DNA, I guess, that they do kind of like to do that, you know. Like the other day we went to my parents who have like a huge garden. And there were like a lot of holes and stuff, and she was like going crazy sometimes just trying to kind of like dig her way through that. It's really funny, you know. Even when dogs haven't been raised away, it's like so much in their instincts. What does ducks mean? So ducks basically means badger. Kind of the animal. Because they were kind of like badger dogs, I guess, or badger hounds. It's kind of like what they've been bred for.
Jesus, Addy, what the hell happened here?
You happened here, Edward. The damage you caused 6 years ago has not been undone.
I'm not an easy man to call a friend, am I? Is that why you're here?
To fight beside a man so driven by personal gain and glory is a hard thing, Edward. And I have come to feel the assassins and their creed a more honorable course. Have I been unfair?
No. For years I've been rushing around, taking whatever I fancied, not giving a tinker's curse for those I hurt. And yet here I am, with riches and a reputation, feeling no wiser than when I left home. Yet when I turn around, look at the course I've run. There's not a man or woman that I love left standing beside me.
There is time to make amends, Captain Kenway.
Mary. Before she died, she asked me to do good by her, to sort out the mess I made. Can you help me?
Mary was fond of you, Edward. She saw something in your bearing that gave her hope you might one day fight with us.
Aye. She told me.
And what do you think of our creed?
It's hard to say. For if nothing is true, then why believe anything? And if everything is permitted, why not chase every desire?
Why, indeed.
It might be that this idea is only the beginning of wisdom, not its final form.
That's quite a step up from the Edward I met here many years ago. So what do you think?
It'll take some getting used to.
The second attack this month, I should have moved this village long ago.
I brought all this upon you years ago, but I will stand by you now.
It will take more than a few favors to call yourself a true assassin, Edward.
One thing at a time, mate.
Only attack once more. Come.
I like how Edward puts on the invisible hood. It's kind of funny when he has an outfit that doesn't actually have a hood. Yeah, I'm actually missing crocodile leather here for the second rope dot pouch, but that's alright. Let me just go ahead and craft this to 10, because we do actually need to use them for this mission. It's crazy how late you unlock these in the game, right? That you only get access to this at like the end of sequence 11, essentially. That's why Edward greed is a sin. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's kind of like the lesson he's learning, right? That's, you know, being kind of like only having your interest for yourself at heart, you know. Does mean that people around you might suffer for your actions. Graf can also mean a grave. Interesting. The grave dog. That sounds kind of ominous. So you gotta use rope dart to hang guards and to pull guards. So it's gonna be a mission where we will be thrown into combat and have to be in combat for the optional objective. So this mission is gonna be an exception for the stealth challenge in favor of the full sync requirements. The German word for grave would be Grab. So instead of V at the end, a B.
¡Venceremos a esos gusanos! ¡Esa rata está, tío! ¡Blanco claro!
So I did use rope to pull guards a couple times already, but it didn't count this time. Oh. That's bollocks. As you can see, it didn't hit me. Because of Mayan armor, even though he was standing right in front of us. Yeah, we gotta try to get this objective done here.
Good to see you here, brother.
Okay, there we go. It worked.
No te dejaremos escapar.
You can see some unique animations here for pistol swords. Let's get the captain. There's gonna be another force detection scenario here, essentially because I'm already in high profile conflict here. People just spot me on sight. Maybe I can still pull this off, let's see. It's gonna be almost impossible though. Yeah, he's like surrounded by people who are in investigation status. It's almost impossible here to do this one.
¡Atención y avanzada mi señal! ¡Revisad los mosquetes y las pistolas! ¡Objetivo a la vista! ¡Desembarcad!
Oh, nice, we did it. Oh. Got him with the throwing knife there. In this defense, the guns back then weren't as accurate as today. Fair enough, I guess. Hey there, Afro, welcome in. Well, now since we've gotten the rope dart, it's hanging quite well. How's it going?
Janumuk Awolyetel Abishan. And once more you have our thanks, Edward. You are welcome here.
Thank you, sir. I'll rest here for a time before setting out, if I may. How's her child?
She is a strong woman, but not invincible.
I'm sorry for your loss.
If I'd stayed in prison, they'd have taken him from me. He'd never be alive. Maybe this is God's way of saying I'm not fit to be a mother yet. Carrying on like I do. Cursing, drinking, fighting.
You are a fighter, aye. In prison, I heard stories of the infamous Anne Bonny and Mary Read taking on the King's Navy together. Just the pair of you.
It's all true. Anne would have won that day if Jack and his lads were passed out in the hold from drink. Edward. Everyone's gone, aren't they? Mary, Rackham, Touch, all the rest. I miss them so. Rough as they were. Do you feel that too? All empty inside?
I do. Devil curse me. I do. I know my targets by sight well enough, but how will I find them?
We have spies and informants in every city. Visit our bureaus and the assassins there will guide you.
That fixes Torres and Rogers. But Bartholomew Roberts won't be near any city. Might take months to find him.
Or years. But you're a man of talent and quality, Captain Kenway. I believe you will find him.
And if you're at a loss, don't be afraid to call on your quartermaster for aid.
Quartermaster! What's our present course?
Due west, Captain, if it's still Kingston we're sailing for.
It is indeed, Miss Bonny. Call it out.
Weigh anchor and let fall the courses, lads! We're sailing for Jamaica!
How does it feel to bark so loud?
I've barked louder, and to men twice as rough.
Tending bar at the old Aviary, you mean?
Among other places. And I sailed with Mary and Rackham for a time, remember?
Of course.
Mary did most of the captaining, Jack did most of the drinking.
Did Mary... Did she ever tell you who it was that fathered her child?
It was a young fella. Sailed with us on that last voyage. Poor lad was killed fighting beside us. The only man not too drunk to stand up for himself.
There was so much about her I didn't know. I called her a friend. But was I one in return?
She thought the world of you, Edward. I've no worries about that.
Well, that's good to hear.
There we are. Back on the check door with a new Quartermaster. Of it Adivali left us for the Assassins. It felt like a really natural, I think, transition there, you know. Anne being without any cause, really. But she lost Mary as well, you know, and her child.
Human flops him in broad, Captain. Seems to be survived.
Can't be easy to be a pale redhead in the Caribbean. Yeah, I would reckon as well, you know. The sun would be like you know, quite easy to get like a really bad sunburn, I reckon. Who knows, maybe your skin also like grows accustomed to it over time. Not sure. That's true, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely really something special about just traversing through this open world. It's crazy how well they designed the ocean, I think, and really made it feel like something truly interactive and that really exists without your influence. Especially also with all of the natural occurrences. Of the changes in weather and how it affects the ocean. So I'm actually gonna go ahead and change my outfit here because I wanna go for the classic assassin Edward look. For the assassinations which are going to be coming up. Because at this point we're kind of like working with the assassins here, even though we haven't joined the Assassin Brotherhood. And we're kind of like working with him together to take down targets that align for him personally and for the assassins. Let's have a look where we have a next mission here. So it is in Kingston actually. We can sell that. Because I do gotta make sure that we actually have enough darts and stuff.
Right.
Would be a good great pirate. You could add chilling and avoiding your responsibilities. Oh, sounds kind of like Jack Rackham, doesn't it? And he definitely was a pirate. Okay, let's go ahead and refill these. You can also buy another crocodile skin leather. Because then we can craft the last upgrade for the rope dart pouch. There we go. Now we have 15 of them. These ropes are equipped with a lethal stiletto knife at the end, allowing you to pull a single opponent from a group and bring them within melee reach. It can also be used from above to pull enemies from the ground and hang them.
My thanks. Arrivederci.
Arrivederci. Governor no longer. This is already the start of sequence 12 here. The final one.
Captain Kenway.
You have something for me?
The present whereabouts of the Templar Woods Rogers. He is attending a small political function, so do it clean.
The word is King George is calling Rogers back to London.
Aye, not happy with his progress in Nassau.
Still too many pirates roaming about from what I hear.
You'll need a disguise to fool the powderheads at this party. I suggest the visiting diplomat, Ruggiero Ferraro. He's been on our list for some time.
Understood. Will you send this to England for me?
Aye. The ship leaves tomorrow.
Caroline Scott Kenway, Hawkins Lane, Bristol.
Oh. Speaking of rope darts, I guess we lost all of our tools now. Only have the hidden blade, really. The only thing at our disposal. I like how minimalistic the last sequences are, you know, and like what you can use. Just you and your hidden blade. This is a really tricky one because should you fail the boosting requirements or getting detected, you will be reset to the very start of his tailing mission. And the way to do this like safely is by going until the very last location, so until the very end of the tailing, and kill him from a haystack. So I'm gonna try to do that, even though it is a bit more timely. It should be easier not to have to restart from the beginning here essentially again. You might notice something about his voice, actually. The fact he's Italian. Because this guy is indeed voiced by the voice actor for Ezio, Roger Craig Smith. Kind of funny we got him back to, you know, voice character like that.
There is no beauty to this city. No expression of joy. No aesthetic plan. You walk your streets like animals. Like cattle with no sense of decorum. You are all idiots. How you English believe you can subdue the world is beyond me.
Just gonna wait here.
More than once a month. Revolting. Now I am lost. A preposterous. Off straight lines and rigid blocks and still no sense of order. Oh, how I miss the warm and winding streets of Firenze. How I miss also. Now, welcoming here. None of the quarter. Ah, that is the right note. Sancho Cristo. Baile Fuego.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Take my sugar. Ava Harbinger, welcome in. Okay, so once you come close to the church, gotta make sure to run ahead and get into the basic there.
Hold tight.
Almost out of wine. I pray this party is well stocked. What if they have only rum and molasses cake? They will assassinate Hey, hide your liquor and lock away your women. Ruggiero Ferraro is here, and he means to make a damn fool of himself.
Wow, he succeeded. Yeah, glad because it's done first time, because this can be a really annoying mission to get right. Since you gotta do the tailing mission over and over again from start to finish. Should you fail.
Salve. Forgive the lateness of my arrival. I am Ruggiero Ferraro.
Aye, Mr. Ferraro. Not a problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, a toast to my brief tenure as Governor of the Bahamas. For under my watch, no less than 300 avowed pirates took the King's pardon and swore fealty to the crown. And yet, for all my successes, His Majesty has seen fit to sack me and called me home to England. Brilliant! God bless the fucker! Therefore, hooray! Hooray for the ignoble and ignorant prigs who rule the world with sticks up their asses! Hooray!
What's the matter? Are you lost?
So gotta make sure to kill him from a bench. So we're just gonna wait here until he comes around.
And how is Mrs. Rogers these days?
I haven't the faintest idea, and I don't intend to inquire any further. We separated almost 5 years ago, and both our lives have been the better for it.
Forgive my curiosity, Governor.
Perhaps I'll be more candid later, when the remainder of my reason has left me.
Please, no, don't kill me!
He was a privateer once. How is it you lack so much respect for sailors only trying to make their way in this world?
You couldn't possibly understand my motives, cretin! You have spent a whole lifetime dismantling everything that makes our civilization shine.
But I do understand. I've seen the observatory, and I know its power. You'd use that device to spy and blackmail and sabotage.
Yes. And yet all for a greater purpose. To ensure justice. To snuff out lies and to seek truth.
There's no man on Earth who needs that power.
Yet you suffer the outlaw Roberts to use it.
No. I'm taking it back. And if you tell me where he is, I'll stop the man.
Here at the edge of a blade, I find a friend in you at last. Principe, you mad bastard. Our best sources say Principe.
I'm leaving. I'm gone. Home. Get home. I'm leaving. I'm gone.
Too late for you, I'm afraid.
What's happened? Is Captain Rogers hurt?
Oh yeah, it worked really well here with his stealth as well. Didn't even get detected after the assassination, which can be a bit tricky sometimes. But even if I would have been detected, it wouldn't have counted, because I have part of my rule set is if I kill a target, I'm basically free to be detected afterwards. If it's like my main target essentially. Since often assassinations are built in a way where it's like you do this, you know, the strike and create like a high profile situation afterwards. But in this case, it was actually a way to get in and out without being detected.
It's done.
Where now?
Grab your kit and pack well. We're sailing for Africa.
So, off to Africa it is. I can't actually fast travel there. But I can go to Tortuga, I guess, and sail from over here.
Unfurl mains! Let's move!
Ahoy, aloft! Bring us all in!
Puffs! Gallants! Royals! Studs!
Man your sheep!
I really must have had a lot of fun recording the shanties. It's actually crazy the difference between how the shanties are sung in this game versus Odyssey. In Odyssey it seems more like choirs or something. Doesn't really portray that rough feeling of like naval traversal. Traveling to this location will abort the current mission, are you sure? There is no current mission. As far as I'm aware, so I'm just gonna accept, I guess. Hey there, Elaine. There's only like 5. There's not that many, I guess. The more you play through the story and the more stuff happens, the more they're gonna like kind of like sing about also different locations you've been visiting as part of the main story, I think. Overall, I definitely think for how grand of a scale the map is, you know, and how many locations there are, that there definitely could have been more. But yeah, to me it sounds way too clean, you know. I don't know. But that might just be personal preference or being like biased because of Black Flag. But yeah, I do enjoy the Black Flag shanties a lot more. Also sung by an actual professional shanty, like literally a group of singers that specialize in shanties as well. So I guess it also helped. Ava Maxi, I'm doing well, thank you. Yeah, I had a very good weekend. Just working from home and have a tab on. Busy day at work, so we'll be lurking. No worries whatsoever. I hope you enjoy your lurk, Maxi. I hope you also had a good weekend. Hopefully you got to relax a little bit as well. And yeah, definitely catch you later. Fuck. Did I actually go too far there without starting the mission or something? Because now in principle, but the main story didn't start. That's so weird. Maybe I took too long there to actually start the mission, I guess. Okay, now it worked.
Captain! Here's one still kicking!
Who did this? It were a large vessel, the Royal Fortune.
Roberts.
Offered no quarter, didn't say nothing.
Okay, we gotta kill guards by destroying powder barrels. This one can be a bit tricky because doing that, of course, brings you in a high-profile situation. And will likely get you detected as a result. Dear. Could have actually killed all of them by luring them over here. I think I'm actually gonna restart the checkpoint and try this a bit different, kind of like trying to lure all the guys there. Maybe with like headshotting somebody. Then I can just kill everyone off with like one giant explosion. Because I don't have to worry about getting detected later in the mission. Hey there, Greek Air Force. Welcome in. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just kind of hope if I headshot somebody, if they're gonna investigate the body first, and off a bush. I guess we're gonna see. Oh fuck. No. I really thought these bushes were connected, but apparently it was like a mini part that wasn't. Never mind. But yeah, what we see though is that they didn't get lured over there by the headshot. Alternatively, I could try to use berserk darts. I think I tried to berserk dart the sniper, because if he killed somebody with a musket, then that should alert all of the other guys over to the location, I think. But yeah, how are these bushes not connected for? You see that? Yeah, so I guess if you go directly through here, it doesn't stand up, but if you just go a little bit to left there or right, it stands up. Oh, wow. Now we're coming. Come on guys, get over here. still only killed 2 of them. Amazing. Now they're all coming down here, of course. Okay, Berserk darts it is. Guess you gotta do more explosions here.
Come to spook me? Ah, you're the gaunt remains of a man I sent to hell.
There's no explosion nearby here. At least I can't see one. Of course, Vest follow me already. So I basically gotta do it at the very start of the mission, don't you? Adoption objective. Guess I just have to keep on searching for more opportunities here. Okay, there's some down there. Could at least be 3 of them. I guess. Did he hit himself with his own grenade? Was the other brute throwing one? It's kind of annoying because you can actually do this really easily if you can get detected. Because you just gotta go to the first location, gather all the guards over to that location, throw a smoke bomb, run away, then shoot the explosives, and you get it done. So technically I could say, you know, I'm gonna exempt the stealth section from doing bad at the start and then do stealth afterwards. But I guess technically it can be done completely stealthy. Just very difficult. Because yeah, I think was all the explosive I could have been using here. I mean, there's more down here, so maybe there's still a chance. Yeah, definitely over here.
Citizen!
So we just wait for them to come around and shoot this. It's gonna be tricky, not getting detected afterwards, but better risk it. Telling me that only killed 2 of them. Are you actually shitting me? Go away from me, please. Jesus fuck. How have I not been detected yet? What the fuck? Jesus. Yeah, now I have.
May you walk the land of the Duat.
Ah, this is so ridiculous. How did only 2 again die? I swear. Yeah, A-line. I was like, what the fuck? Okay, I think I'm gonna make an exception here for the start of a mission. Just gonna lure them all over there. Finish off the objective because that does have priority over the stealth challenge. Then I can just stealth the rest of the mission afterwards. I'm gonna do that. Am I going in citizen mode today? Maybe? Citizen? Okay, yeah, so let's go ahead and lure a couple of guys here.
Hey, I will Stop!
I'll try to get as many of them as possible here.
I have a clear fix on you!
I get like literally everybody gathered around here. You guys too. Okay. But we got all of them on our ass here. Come over there. There you go. That's how I'm supposed to do it, I guess. Now I can focus on stealthing the rest of the mission. Much easier. Robo's having fun with this bonus objective too. Yeah. This one can be really tricky if you want to combine it with stealth, I guess. Ava comrade, welcome in. Assassino. Indeed. Trying to do it like a true Assassino would here. Okay, so this is gonna be a forced combat scenario here because once you get in, follow me is gonna, yeah. It's a detectors and we have to fight these guys until the Ejector comes. Hey Valeo, welcome in. So I believe we can't actually damage the Royal Fortune yet. We just have to chase it, essentially. Once we get on open sea here, we can... oh, never mind. We can damage it already. Try to run away. Coward. Face me.
There's a device with him that needs taking. I'll have to board her myself.
Man the guns! There's more fodder for you coming!
Okay, so now gotta make sure to use rope dart to kill Robert, yeah? So gonna take the high road here. Gonna take care of the snipers first. That didn't reach.
By Jove, Edward Kennedy, how can I not be impressed by the attention you've paid me? May the best of we two sing praises of the second!
I'm gonna wait until there's more dialogue here. Also, you can already kill him from up here. I don't think there is full.
And a short one, as promised. How well I know myself. And what of you, Edward? Have you found the peace you seek?
I'm not aiming so high as that. For what's peace but a confusion between two wars?
Oh, you're a stoic then. But perhaps I was wrong about you. She might have had some use for you after all.
She? Of whom do you speak?
Oh, she who lies in wait, entombed. I had hoped to find her, to see her again, to open the door of the temple and hear her speak my name once more.
Talk sense, man.
Oh, I was born too soon. Like so many others before.
Where's the device, Robert?
Destroy this body, Edward. The Templars. If they take me...
It's kind of interesting how, in a way, we're even friendly to our targets at the end there, you know? Like, we're helping Rogers take down the Sage and stop him, I guess, in a way. And then we kind of like promise Roberts to destroy his body so the Templars don't find him. But in a way, Edward is also playing either side, right? You know? It's not like he has allegiance to either side. So, it's also doing what serves his purpose, I guess, but... yeah, he does assist Roberts in destroying his body, so the Templars don't have his blood or DNA. Takes the corpse and climbs back to the mast. Classic.
Let's move!
Right, and I think we've now unlocked the final memory, is it? Never mind, I think we're going to Havana first for another mission and then we go to the observatory again. Let's wait for a second just to see if there's more dialogue with N or not. Imagine, yeah. Okay, doesn't seem like. So let's go ahead and port directly to Havana here. As you can see, the entire area now is restricted. The entirety of Havana. Which makes stealth even a bit harder. So you have to go up here. Let's go ahead and also visit the general store. Refill all of our ammunition. All of these civilians? That's a good question. I think there might be like a lockdown of a city or something. I'm honestly not too sure. But maybe that would explain why there's a whole restricted area for the entire city, right? If we're not supposed to be here. Where are the citizens? Yeah, lawful Savannah themes in music as well. Brian Tyler really outdid himself composing the music for this game. Tainted Blood.
Ah, Captain Kenway! I'm assuming this is the friendliest face you've seen since dropping anchor?
Is Havana under curfew on my account?
Aye. Torres seems to think someone's coming after him.
He's not wrong.
A monkey-looking thing? Is that what I think it is?
Aye. Watch. Through the blood of the governor, we can see through his eyes.
That's by the church.
Keep this safe. Just in case.
I'll be at the bureau. Good luck.
So, as you can see, the city is actually under curfew because Torres thinks that someone's after him, and that's of course more than correct.
Pendiente con el tiburón en estas islas. El señor Torres querrá hablar con nosotros personalmente. ¿El propio Torres? Menudo honor. No te alteres, amigo. Esto no es una reunión de sociedad. Seguidnos.
Where did you put it? That's a good question. It's always funny in games, you know, when they kind of like get something and they're just putting it somewhere, but you have no idea where.
¿Estás cuestionando una orden directa, soldado?
No, señor, pero es que...
Here's a giant crate. Let me just put that in my back pocket.
¡Atención!
Asesinos.
Espero que te equivoques. Ahí, vosotros dos. Cerrad esas bocas antes de que os las tenga que cerrar yo.
Señor, sí, señor.
señor. ¡Ah! Esos prisioneros. Cállate. Bien, continuemos. Vosotros, seguidnos. Y esta vez no vayáis a meter la pata.
I think we're heading to this fortress over there. Yeah, that head guard is definitely not joking around, you know. It's like killing these guys immediately on the spot.
A vuestras posiciones.
Okay, next checkpoint. I've got to make sure to stay out of combat. Which of course aligns with our stealth change either way.
You're done, Torres. Christ. This again, eh?
Okay, now we gotta use shields as human guards here. So I'm gonna wait until somebody tries to shoot us here.
Are you weak against bullets?
For some reason I can't use anybody though. Like I don't get the prompt. Now maybe. What the fuck? Okay, now the game is just straight up bugged or something. Because every time somebody's trying to shoot you, you get like the quick time event essentially to grab somebody as a human shield. That's not available to me. Seriously, game? So might be we have to restart a checkpoint here. Gonna check one more time. Yeah, don't get it. Thanks game for nothing. Now we get it.
I can't score a hit like this. No man's immune to a pistol shot, I reckon. You're too skilled for swordplay. How about a little?
I'll wait until there's more dialogue here. If there's any, I guess.
If you could speak, mate, it would gladden me to hear your side. You humbled me once. And I took that hard lesson, and I bettered myself. Die, knowing that for all of our conflict, you helped make a soldier out of a scoundrel. Leave this life for a lasting peace, down among the dead.
Blanco claro.
As you can see, it was just a decoy for Torres. He also put a lockdown or curfew, I guess, on Havana. Only to kind of like lure our attention here. So we assume he's still in Havana. But in secret he's actually made his way to the observatory. They have like a time advantage. So yeah, that's where we're heading next.
We got word Torres left the city. Who were you chasing?
That vial was labeled Torres, but held the blood of his second. Where's he gone?
Left port this morning, heading west along the coast.
The observatory.
Will we follow?
Send word to Atabai. We've cornered our man.
Oh yeah.
Mains out, let's go!
What's this Torres doing looking for the observatory? When you're holding the treasure yourself?
Torres doesn't know I have it.
So why bring it to him and risk its capture?
I'd like him to know I have it, just before he dies.
Sort of spite, essentially. Not the best emotion to give yourself into, I guess, but it's also understandable to want Torres to suffer. Because he's ultimately the puppet master of a Templar organization here. You don't want to go back into Havana. We are headed south here.
There's a fleet blocking the cove we want.
Aye, the Armada. That's Torres and his men.
And you're going to do what, exactly?
Find our way past them.
Okay, actually want to check something. 6 Deep Darts, 15 Berserk Darts. Yeah, we should be good. Definitely could have more Steep Darts, but should suffice.
Get the mains free! Every last scrap of duck on the wind!
Let's take care of this blockade here.
Pirate hunters!
Don't!
Who's this Torres? And what's your man done to earn a death sentence?
He's a Templar, like Rogers and Hornigold. Men cooking up schemes to use the observatory for ill purposes. For power and control. The violence he'd cause with this thing would be subtle but heavy. Deadly, yet leaving no mark. Does that make sense?
Like, if there was a drought and people was thirsty, and one man had a large cask of water but gave a sip to none, he'd be a killer with no blood in his hands.
Aye, like that.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. I guess he has to dive in. Okay, so instead of this time attacking the Guardians, we have to free them.
Thought we might Maybe they've gone?
No, they're here. Deep in the jungle.
I think this might actually be the last viewpoint that I haven't gotten yet. So might as well get it now. I didn't have to get all of the viewpoints in this game, but of course, if this is the last one potentially, doesn't hurt. I wonder if N actually tries to follow me up here on the viewpoint. Would be kind of funny. But I think she's just waiting down there. There we go. Synchronize all viewpoints.
Soldiers just there. What should we do?
Yeah. Bit of a massacre happening here.
Jesus, look at all this. Corpses for miles.
They brought every ounce of menace they had.
Okay, so far I couldn't rescue any guardians yet, but we should be able to do so soon. They even burned their villages in typical Templar style. Didn't I say that the next game would be Watch Dogs? That's right, Harbinger, yeah. Indeed. I'm playing the Ubisoft Montreal games in order that they've been released in. And Watch Dogs released in like May 2014, I think. So before Unity and after Black Flag. Burnett button text. Yeah, that's basically the Templars in a nutshell, isn't it? And here we are. So this is actually the gravesite that was described in the Letters of the Sage, which we've read all of them last time. And this is a very final one. Did you, Harbinger? I don't think I've read that message, actually. Ah, okay. Now I understand. I wasn't quite sure what you meant with am I going in citizen mode today. I didn't know that was like a reference to me playing Unity. I thought you were referring to like social stuff or something. But yeah, we're gonna be playing Watch Dogs later today. Should we finish Black Flag in time, I guess. And then Citizen Mode Unity is gonna be the next one after Watch Dogs. Okay, letter number 20. A secret incomprehensible. As I write, the year is now upon 1706, and I am sickly and in poor condition. So must tell what little else I can of my condition. All I tell here, I have dredged from the dark voice of my memory. I cannot confirm or prove what I argue, but perhaps if some others like me were to see this, they too would understand, they fear not alone as I often have. In my original life I died in the midst of my beloved experiments. This method of which he spoke of, the transference of mind into machine, and from thence into human body, was a failure. Yet an instructive one, I believe. From my last moment I recollect her comforts to me, and a clear promise that my death would not be an end, but a beginning. There is another way, beloved, said she to me, imperfect yet possible. Firstly, I will agree to carry out my lover's experiments, a terrible gift to the humans. Yet my purpose will be contrary. My purpose will be your immortality. In collecting samples of the code in the human's blood, I will add my own augmentations, samples of your code, transfigured in such a way that when the proper pieces come together, it may further transfigure the secret of a newly conceived child. In this way you shall be born, reborn again and again throughout the ages. With luck, this recessive recurrence shall never die out, but travel on like a raft downstream along the tide of inheritance. I was dying as she spoke, there in my beloved's arm, but I understood her meaning well. Look for me, beloved. Your death will not be in vain. I will be with you again, entombed, lying in wait, ready to emerge again when the time is right. She then pierced me through the heart, thus ending my life. How truly bizarre it is that I can claim to have memory of my own death is a ludicrous idea. And yet I know that it happened, and that I now live again, many centuries from that time, waiting for the final piece of this riddle to reveal itself. Yet how this would be, I cannot say. Thus to any and all who have read this and understood little, be not upset. There is more mystery than sense in the word, and our only purpose is to endure it. Tom Kavanagh, 1706. The Sage. So he's the guy who instructed also the natives here, the Guardians, to welcome another sage, so that he may read the story and can learn more about the previous lives and where they come from. There we go. It's all of the hostages saved here. Time to advance to the observation.
All so strange. What is it?
Later, Anne. I'll tell you all when this is finished.
I remember playing this for the first time and being kind of like a bit annoyed that Edward didn't actually tell Anne about it. Because in a way he's risking her life here, right? So I think she deserves to know about what it is they're doing here exactly. Thankfully nothing bad happens to her, but I was really concerned, you know, for her well-being after so many people had died already. And I'm like, Edward, when are you gonna learn? But yeah, thankfully there was no bad repercussions here.
Stand watch here, and let none follow.
How far away is she at this point? She's supposed to stand guard here, but I have no idea where she even is.
Right position, Gareth.
Oh. N? Where are you? I think she's stuck somewhere. Oh well. I guess she's standing watch deeper in the jungle then. Works for me. I'm actually surprised with how many bugs and glitches we've had with Black Flag this time around. Because usually it's of a glitches experience for me, but there have been quite a few in this playthrough.
¡Venga, muévete! ¡No puedo! ¡Mis piernas no responden! ¡Déjalo! ¡Déjalo! ¡Moriremos todos! ¿Has oído? ¡Levántate! ¡No quiero dejarte aquí! ¡Será vuestro funeral! ¡Por favor! ¡Por favor, no me abandonéis!
You're quite sure this is gonna be a force detection here.
¡Está aquí!
Yeah, it is. What the fuck? I almost fell down there. If I wouldn't have used catch ledge. Thanks, animation.
Perdóname, por favor. No quiero morir.
Speaking of bugs, I guess. I'm actually gonna spare this guy. He doesn't have to die. He doesn't attack me.
It's a me, Mario!
You don't know bugs and glitches till you get the mission looping once. That's true as well, I guess. It can be annoying too. Put him to sleep, so it doesn't have any pain anymore. It happens in AC1 and a lot of the Far Cry games now, and it's so annoying. In AC1? I don't think I've ever had that happen in AC1, to be honest. So what mission does it happen with, Goody? Okay, this is another force detection scenario, because you also gotta use the observatory devices to kill off these guys. So it's gonna be a combat scenario right here. Look at that 4 vent in here. Like that. 4 of them total. There we go. Sparta kicked him down there. Amazing.
Where are you, Charles?
I'm not sure if he's hiding in here. Time to get him. Finally.
We could have worked together, Edward. We could have taken power for ourselves and brought these miserable empires to their knees. There is so much potential in you. So much you have not yet accomplished. I could show you things. Mysteries beyond anything that you could imagine.
You just want to wait until he's said everything. I just gotta get the right timing there. Really, Gordy? That's really weird. I honestly never have it happen before. Are you playing on console right now or on PC?
Ever a splinter in my side. Does this murder fulfill you?
I'm only seeing a job done, Torres. As you'd have done with me.
As we have done, I think. You have no family anymore, no friends, no future. Your losses are far greater than ours.
That may be. But killing you rights a far greater wrong than ever I did.
You honestly believe that?
You would see all of mankind corralled into a neatly furnished prison, safe and sober, yet dulled beyond reason and sapped of all spirit. So with everything I've seen and learned in these last years, I do believe it.
You wear your convictions well. They suit you.
Torres awakened something fierce. Are we safe?
With the device returned, I believe so.
What do you call this place?
Captain Kenway's Folly!
Etsawol Tesu Tukilan. Katwenen. We will seal this place and discard the key. Until another sage appears, this door will remain locked.
couple vials when I came here last. Filled with the blood of ancient men, Robert said, but they're gone now.
Then it's up to us to recover them, before the Templars catch wind of this. You could join us in that cause.
I will, but only after I fix what I mangled back home.
It arrived last week.
Yeah, and that's the face of someone who just learned about bad news. And in that letter, of course, you know, he'd gotten the answer from Caroline. Or I guess about Caroline's death. And he was writing back home because he planned on getting back and making things right with Caroline, you know, getting another chance. But it's now too late, you know. That's the sad thing about this here, really, you know, it's like Edward set out for fortune, not for himself that much as for kind of like a certain reputation, you know, that he never had back home in Wales because he grew up quite poor. And Caroline's father was never accepting him, you know, because of his social standing. And he wanted a decent life as well, so, you know, he decided to go as a privateer to the Caribbean and fight in the War for Spanish Succession. But when that was ended, of course, he also, as many privateers, you know, became a pirate. Which essentially is the same, only you don't fight for a nation anymore, you fight for yourself. But yeah, all that just to get like a higher social standing back home. And so he could kind of like make things right. Even though for Caroline that was never important, you know. But it was just of importance that they were together, no matter in what kind of like circumstances. But yeah, now they can't ever be together anymore. Goody tapped on PC. In Far Cry 3 it's the mission Black Goat. Yeah, that's really weird. I wonder what might cause it, especially if it's like multiple games. I've never had it happen to me. I do know that sometimes with the AC games and also like older Ubisoft games you have to have VSync on or kind of like lock your hertz to 60. And if you don't, then it can create like issues with checkpoints and stuff. So maybe you could try that, I guess. Like play around with VSync if it fixes anything, or the hertz.
Right position, gerecht.
Exactly, Leo. Yeah. That's such an emotional moment as well, you know, with Epilogue. With a parting glass song. Did I get 100% on all missions? Indeed, yeah. So yeah, that was part of a challenge. What I'm doing this year is I'm playing all of the missions with all of the optional objectives, and I'm also doing a stealth challenge on top of that. So yeah, this officially finishes all of the missions with 100% in the main story.
Wakey. I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Not in this era, anyway. I wish I could explain all the strangeness, but there isn't much time. The short of it is, you saw my beloved Juno. And for a brief moment, I thought she might occupy this tender body of yours. But something went wrong. And now, she's back out there. Adrift. Oh, she was magnificent once. One of a race of beautiful, wonderful creatures. They created your kind. Did you know that? Your people were tools to them. That's all you have ever been. That's all you should ever be. One day soon, I hope. For the world is nearly ready for her return. Wired. Prepared for a second coming.
Idiots. All of them. I envy you. It was her wish that I be here to greet her. It was her experiment that made it possible for my rebirth as one of these things. Ah!
Stay down! Get down on your back! Now! He's got a gun!
Guide me into the grave, beloved! I am your instrument!
Put the gun down! Drop it! Drop your weapon! Clear! Clear! Check his vitals. He's bleeding fast. Check the victim.
Are you okay? Can you hear me? Hello? Talk to me. You alright?
There you are. Thank God. I hope you feel well. You look good. Can you stand? Good. Try walking around. A doctor came by, said there wasn't anything to worry about. That the liquid in the syringe was far, far below a lethal dose. I feel terrible about all this. About everything. All our evidence pointed to you, but it was John all along. God, the things we found on his computer. Whatever you need, we'll provide. You've done an amazing job. Speaking of which, our trailer is finished. Would you like to see it? I owe you that much. There we go. I uploaded it to your database. You can watch it here or at your Animus. I think you'll love it. It really captures the essence of the era. So, take care. And again, thank you.
In a world where pirates rule the waves, these men will discover that nothing is sacred and everyone is committed to rum, plunder, and women.
Hola, ladies.
This summer, Abstergo Entertainment invites you aboard for the adventure of a lifetime. So sharpen your cutlasses, shine your hooks, and sail with the devils of the Caribbean. This virtual experience is not being rated.
There we go. That's the final Devils of the Caribbean teaser. It's kind of funny, you know, because they have this really bad voiceover on purpose, of course. And the really bad kind of like Hollywood filter on top, right? And it's definitely quite interesting how the original trailer was already quite stereotypical and how it portrayed the pirate history. But it was, you know, still much more high quality and not nearly as bad, you know. So that's the comparison here with the initial trailer they had. Kind of the primer that they made the teaser we just seen out of it, of this one.
The dawn of the deadly 18th century. Rogues and sailors band together to live their lives by the sword. With no laws or morals, no gods, and no fear. Only betrayal, mutiny, cruelty, and debauchery. There is plunder to be found on golden beaches. Will you risk life and soul to fight the pirates of nightmares? Benjamin Hornigold, Calico Jack, Charles Bane, and Blackbeard?
As you can see, still quite stereotypical in its portrayal, I guess, of the pirates. But the narration is, of course, much better, much more fitting. And it also looks a lot better on the eyes.
Tight, yeah!
Take my Twitch sub. Take anything you like. Crook one, just do it. Crook one, doggo assassin. Crook one, Lilal.
Take anything you like? Kinda funny how the narrator said that there. Hey there, Kobe. Welcome in. And thank you so much for the 37 months of resubbing. I really do appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day so far. Yeah, Greek Air Force, you know, it's like, of course I'm not alright. Why do you even ask? Leo, you thought I already passed this bit? Yeah, that's the thing, I guess. It's a bit weirdly paced, to be honest, I think, at the end of Black Flag, because you finish sequence 12. And then you have like the modern day part where you unlock all of the level 3 areas. And there's quite a bit of hacking you can do now before going back into the enemies for one more cutscene, essentially. In the credits. I kinda wish you had the chance to do it in sequence 10 already, to just hack everything. Or didn't we watch this last time? You saw you can't keep it straight when you guys finish Black Flag. Yeah, maybe you're remembering Rod finishing the game? Or maybe you just remembered the trailer we watched just now, because there's two different ones, I guess, that can feel a bit similar. But yeah, this Age of Cutthroats one we watched a while back, I guess, in the playthrough. Yeah, Leo, that's like literally the worst thing about that trailer. The way he says, "Hola, ladies." It's cringe on the highest level. But oh well. And yeah, it's going good, Kobe. Just about to finish Black Flag ready. We just finished with sequence 12. So this is the last modern day part we have before finishing off the game. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good day so far. And yeah, good morning to you too, Mola. How's it going? So we an island core woman repellent. That's right. I'm still missing 2 sticky notes here. I reckon we can find them in the level 3 areas here. But yeah, now there's gonna be quite a bit of hacking coming up though.
What now? Talk, you idiot! Look at the light! Isn't that the battery? I think that's the battery. Hello? Hello? Look, sorry about this. My name is Sean, and back there is Rebecca, my partner in crime. Hello. Bloody good work earlier. Honestly, I mean it. Delivering us all that data. It's really just too bad that our man on the inside was such a, how to put it? Fanatic. Fanatic is the best word, I suppose. We take who we can get. Exactly. Well put. We saw in John an opportunity to burrow deeper into Abstergo's cloud servers, and I'm not ashamed to say we took it. Not realizing, of course, that he was enlisting you to help him. And to blame, should anything go wrong. I suppose it all worked out very nicely in the end. Most of it, anyway.
What Sean really wants to say is, if you're up for more hacking, we are too. John gave you level 3 security clearance before he died. You should use it. The assassins don't have the resources to pay you like the Templars do, but we'll make it worth your while.
Look, we should really cut it short, Bex. 20 seconds.
All right. Good luck.
Cheers, mate. And top-notch work. Really top. Give yourself a pat on the back. And happy hacking.
Thanks, Sean. But yeah, so this is the moment where they explain themselves to the protagonist, I guess. Of course, if you played the previous games, you already know that they're infiltrating Abstergo Entertainment to learn more about what they're doing with Desmond's DNA. But yeah, this is the first time that if you play the game for the first time to really learn about their backgrounds, you know, what they're doing here. Hope your day's going well. Work got cancelled today, which is good because you've got a massive headache. Oh no. That really sucks, Kobe. I hope it's gets gone soon. Definitely drink lots of water. Hopefully that helps. And yeah, I hope you get some relief soon as well. But that's good timing, you know, to get work cancelled on such a day. Kind of funny, but you can actually see AC3 and Liberation here as like a DVD. Because technically in universe they are, or at least AC3 Liberation is like a product made by Abstergo Entertainment. Or at least where they assisted. And AC3 was still developed by Ubisoft in lore, because they do actually exist technically as a company. Tricky one. There we go. Some of these level 3 ones are a bit trickier than level 1 and 2 ones. Kobe slept most of yesterday and you're drinking lots of tea, so it should be getting better soon, hopefully. Yeah, definitely. It really sucks that you're already dealing with it since yesterday, though. So hopefully very soon it's gonna be gone. So I won't be reading everything anymore in modern day. Only we have like very, very important like notes and stuff. But there was essentially the bit of a history, I guess, of the Animus. How it looked initially as a machine. Computing makes mind reading possible. And there's a blueprint for the Animus. Then you have Animus 1.0, which of course is the one seen in Assassin's Creed 1. And that's it. 13 more computers to hack here. Tricky. In. You already felt on Saturday that you were getting sick, but you thought it was just from having a bit of hangover and working an 11-hour shift, but turns out you were sick. I gotcha. It's understandable too, you know, if you're kind of like having lots of stuff going on, you think it's maybe just exhaustion. I guess it maybe didn't help either, but yeah, it's understandable. But yeah. And yeah, the stealth challenge has been going alright, I guess. So we're at 26 detections total for the entire game. But that also includes warehouses and caves and stuff, so anything we had as a stealth location. Not just all of the missions in the game, I guess. So ultimately I'm not unhappy with it, but there's definitely some missions where I had a lot more detections than I wanted to have, that's for sure. But yeah, it's actually my second most detected game in the series so far. I had like 40 something detections in AC2, and now 26 is like my second most detections, followed by AC3 with 22, and then it's like 11 for Revelations, I think 10 for Brotherhood, and 9 for AC1 or something. But yeah, sometimes it can really like also be dependent on what is like a force detection, I guess, scenario. And also like how is of course detection treated and how many actual stealth parts do you have. Like AC3 for instance actually has surprisingly little full-on stealth missions that are very difficult. You have like lots of force detection and force combat scenarios in the game, which of course made it easier for me. Black Flag on the other hand had like lots of stealth missions and tailing missions and stuff, where it was much easier to get detected sometimes. Even though technically the stealth system is more forgiving than AC3's is. But there's so many factors influencing, I guess, how difficult a game is overall for the stealth. That's true, I guess. Airport doesn't have to hide in plain sight or something.
Timestamp August 16th, 2013. The following audio clips were selected from over 160 hours of reel-to-reel tape found in the residence of the late Dr. Warren Vidic following his murder in December 2012. According to labels on the tape's canisters, these recordings were made over a 14-month period between 1980 and 1981 without the consent of their primary subject, Mrs. Eileen Bach, a colleague of Dr. Vidic's and the originator of Abstergo's surrogate initiative. Mrs. Bach is now deceased. It should be stated unequivocally that Dr. Vidic made these recordings illegally and of his own volition using wiretaps and hidden microphones. Abstergo Industries had no knowledge of his actions and disavows any responsibility for them.
And we're live. Capacitors at full. Ease the signal in. A little more. You feel anything?
Don't be timid. Double it.
No, we're taking it easy. 20%.
30.
Eileen, go easy. We're 6 past yesterday.
And boost the inputs.
Too risky.
Not if we split the I.O. signals.
25%. He's up.
Oh, okay. There. I see something.
What is it?
Mein Gott. I hear talking.
You're okay?
Ja, ich höre Stimmen. It's German. Mein Name ist Miriam Kurz. I see a light. It's cold. Ich werde nichts sagen. There's a man with me. Mehr werde ich nicht sagen.
Keep an eye on our fighters.
Mein Name ist Miriam Kurz und ich bin eine Navajo. Hitlers Zwang, der macht uns klein, doch liegen wir in Ketten. Doch einmal werden wir wieder frei. Wir werden die Ketten schon brechen.
Eileen?
Denn unsere Fäuste, die sind hart, ja. Und die Messer sitzen lose. Für die Freiheit der Jugend kämpfe, Navajos.
Switch off. Powering down.
Kämpft, Navajos.
Get her out of there. Oxygen from the valve.
No. No, Satish, I'm fine, really.
Quit the heroics. Just breathe. Better?
Yes, thank you. Did we get something?
It'll take a while to parse. What did you see?
It wasn't just seeing. It was feeling. Being. I was scared.
You were shouting in German?
I think I was in Germany. I was in Germany, Satish.
Good morning. Well rested?
Exhausted. Yesterday was an incredible find.
Seems so. What did it feel like?
It's foggy, but I relived the memories of a young German woman. Early 20s, I think. A man was interrogating me, looming over me and asking questions. He was shouting, but I was shouting back. And then this poem just came out, like a chant.
Fascinating. I'm eager for you to hear the tape.
Is it ready?
Yes, we transliterated the data onto an audio file. It took all night to process the language.
Spool it up.
Of course, have a seat. Judging by the subject matter and the setting, I'd say you landed somewhere in Germany in the 1940s, 1 or 2 generations back. During the war, I'd imagine.
1940s Germany? That would be Miriam Kurtz, my ex-husband's mother.
So she's not related to you in any way?
God, I hope not. I'd hate to find out my ex-husband is also my brother.
Well, if it was Miriam Kurtz, then we hit a home run. You tapped into someone else's bloodline entirely.
Should we celebrate?
We'll listen first.
Surrogate Initiative, Test Session 23, July 29th, 1980. Host, Eileen Bach. DNA sample SB1970.
It's a little garbled at first. This is you settling into the memory.
Your name, say it.
My name is Miriam Kurtz.
Louder.
My name is Miriam Kurtz, and I am Navajo.
Where did you last see the artifact? Who holds it now?
I'll say nothing. I've told you all I will.
I don't believe that is true. Who has the artifact?
Hexler's dictates make us small, and are bound in chains. But one day again, we shall walk tall. No binds with us. Restrain.
Enough.
For hard our fists, yes, and knives at our wrists for you to be free. Navajos lay siege.
Knock her away.
Navajos lay siege.
And that's where we pull you out.
Whoa. What would it take to get a visual render of all that?
Months, unfortunately. It took 13 hours just to process the audio. Visual takes much longer.
But Vidic is able to record audio and visual in real time. How does he do it?
His subjects are exploring their own genetic memories. That requires much less processing power.
Hold on, sorry. Eileen here.
Hello. You have 10 o'clock in Lillian's office. It's 10:13 now.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Tell her I'll be right there. And tell her we have some good news.
No problem.
You in trouble?
The monthly progress report. I'm trying to be honest about our progress, but no matter how much I polish our facts, Warren Vidic swoops in, promising the moon for pennies, and gets 10 times the funding for his Animus project.
Well, we are using his Animus technology. He's the foundation. We are the skyscraper.
Which is why he should be a tech lead, not a project director. Good work, Satish.
It's incredible footage, really. Clear and vivid. And the subject was synced for a full 62 minutes. Came out speaking French after his last session. Passably fluent. And with full recall of everything he'd gone through.
Sorry I'm late. I was reviewing some data.
It's fine. Warren was just telling me about his first subject, Mr.
No names. Call him Subject 1. Confidentiality.
And how about you, Eileen? What's your good news?
Well, we did it. We synced with an unembedded memory outside the bloodline. That's a first.
Really?
Satish was able to process the audio today. A short clip. You can hear it for yourself.
Only audio? No real-time memory feeds like Vidic has?
Well, that's the difficulty with surrogate genetic memory data. Because I'm viewing memories not embedded in my own DNA, we can't rely on my cognitive faculties to help me process the signal. All we can do is record the raw data and transliterate it later.
Hold on. You're running this experiment on yourself?
I am. It's going well.
I don't like the sound of that.
Look, the sample I'm using, the DNA comes from my own son. It's safer this way.
Ah, good thinking.
50% of my son's DNA is also mine, which reduces the danger by a huge margin. Meaning, I can now explore the memories of people who aren't directly related to me on his father's side.
But for brief periods of time, I imagine.
Right. Just a minute or two so far, but we're getting there. Come by the lab and listen for yourself.
I will, when I have a moment. Unfortunately, work beckons. Ladies?
That man is colder than a San Francisco summer.
Stay focused, Eileen. You both have important work to do.
Obviously. But my work requires his Animus technology. I feel a little caged in.
That's collaboration, Eileen. It's how science works. I shouldn't have to remind you.
I know. I'm just tired. Stop by and see us today. We have a lot to share.
If not today, then this week sometime.
Thank you.
there we go. That's the first audio file regarding Subject 0. And that's of course named by Vidic like that, because for him Eileen Bock was Subject 0, you know. He didn't plan on her being a subject, but ultimately he took over her work and her memories, I guess, and her kind of like her discoveries, also secretly recording her. And yeah, back in like the 80s, I guess, you know, they were kind of like in competition about what should be the future of animals technology, you know, and Vidic was very much in favor of, we have to get subjects that are related to the ancestors whose memories we're going to be receiving, because then we can have visual and audio live feed. Whereas Eileen Bock tried to push the idea that it's much more helpful to have the DNA of somebody and then discovering the memories, not even having to be related, you know, because even though it's more of an undertaking and more difficult, it's more promising in the long run. And of course, it's now the technology that has taken over. We see it in Black Flag, of course, with people being able to explore Desmond's memories, you know, and Desmond's ancestors, of course. And you don't have to be related anymore. And now also with the entertainment division, you know, because they're of course trying to use that technology for people to experience themselves. So that has really become the future. But ironically, you know, Vidic was the one to put her out of business. And, you know, his technology surpassed hers, at least until now. But yeah. So, basically confirmed that Vidic already in the 80s was quite the asshole. And they're quite interesting that reference here to Nazi Germany, I guess, you know, and the opposition groups. Because Miriam Kurz, of course, is part of one of them. And funnily enough, that voice actor for Vidic right here, he's actually the same guy that narrated the really bad trailer for Devils of the Caribbean. But yeah, he does a good job of kind of like hating his voice, the way he kind of like voiced it. It's like also his manner of speaking, I guess. Makes it. Right, 12 more computers to go. Ah yeah, this is kind of like a 16th, 17th century story about a woman and her father, I guess, that come into contact with Piece of Eden. Now, this is quite the extensive read, and I've read this countless times before. I'm not gonna read it this time, because at this point of the story is just a bit too much right now. But yeah, if you wanna see that being read, I guess you can go back into my YouTube archive and look for my Black Flag playthrough of last year there. And the very last stream of Black Flag, it should be at the very end. If you're interested in me reading this out loud, I guess. Not gonna do it this time though. Quite sure I've hacked this one already.
Never even showed up to the meeting.
Yeah. He was killed. Shot in the chest multiple times. No, that shouldn't be a problem. We collected more than enough data. We'll know soon enough. Alright. Alright, I can send you the results as soon as possible. Okay. Any word on Olivier? Damn it. God, I'm worried sick. Yeah. Alright. Thanks, Letitia. Bye.
So we can run the playback there on some of these cameras. And that's of course one thing that's actually a connection to Watch Dogs, because we're gonna be able to finish Olivier off as Aiden in that game.
Hey, thanks for sharing the white whale data with me. I was able to track it down myself.
No problem, man.
It's amazing, right? Yeah, I tracked it down as soon as I saw your message. Followed it for a while. Couldn't catch it though.
Newbie. Just gotta make sure you have enough harpoons and strength and you're good to go.
What's with all these security notices I'm seeing lately?
Just a standard message we use on occasion. Nothing to worry about. We've just had some issues around the office lately.
Like server security issues? Because these notices seem pretty severe. Like draconian, actually.
No, it's nothing to worry about, really. Walk with me and I'll explain.
Hey there.
Yeah, it's nothing.
What happened?
Pierre handed in his notice this morning. This new security measure is freaking people out.
They won't let him go. It's part of our contract. Having ultra-high security clearance means you have to go through a whole debriefing process. It takes months.
Really? I had no idea.
Read the fine print, man. Working for Abstergo has its benefits, but there's some drawbacks too. Big ones.
I don't know what he's talking about. I can see no drawbacks for working for Abstergo. It's like you say one thing about your company or what you're working on as a project and they have a right to terminate you, end your life. Essentially.
Surrogate Initiative, Test Session 32, January 11th, 1981. Host Eileen Bach, DNA sample SB1970.
Miriam? Miriam, is that you? Are you in here?
Bartle!
Oh, thank God you're safe. You've been very sick.
Bartle, how did they find you? Oh, Jesus, what would they do to you?
Has they hurt you at all?
I told them nothing. All they do every day is ask about you and that artifact. But I didn't tell them anything. Nothing.
I know you didn't, Miriam. But how are you? You aren't hurt?
Not badly, no. I'm fine.
Good. We need to get the message out to Oscar. Somehow. We need to tell him where...
Very interesting footage, Eileen. This is Germany, you said, World War II?
Most of the memories I've been able to access come from a period where Miriam was imprisoned by Nazis in Cologne.
Miriam. Is she still alive?
No, she was my husband's... my ex-husband's mother. She passed away about 5 years ago.
Well, she was spirited. An impressive lady.
Definitely.
And the man, Bartle. He made reference to an artifact. Any idea what that is?
My team is looking into that, but it's not our first priority. We still need...
It is now.
Really?
You must have other recordings of this woman. Are there any other mentions of this artifact I should know about?
Half a dozen or so, yes. What's this about?
You have questions, I understand that. I don't have answers for you. Not right now, but I do have money. And if you get me those recordings and bring me any other artifact references you find, then I will triple your operating budget for as long as I can.
Triple my budget? My God, what is this?
9 a.m. Monday morning, my office. We have a lot to discuss.
But Lillian, I don't...
Have a good weekend, Mrs. Bach. Fantastic work.
Hello, this is Carl.
Hi, it's Eileen.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Busy. Cold. The winter's been terrible.
Seamus won't like that. The weather's been mild out here.
Well, he's only coming for a month. He'll live. And I'll be so busy he won't have to worry about his mother bothering him.
Still working 12-hour days.
I should move a bed into my lab.
Look, if you're too busy, Seamus can stay with me.
No, I want to see him. We'll have fun.
You're not too busy to be a mom and a genius.
Of course not.
His flight lands at 8:15 p.m. tomorrow night. You'll be there?
Of course, 8:15
p.m. Let him know you'll be there.
Thanks, Carl. I need to run. I'm sorry. Take care.
You too.
Eileen. Didn't see you come in.
I'm not interrupting?
No, it's fine. The subject is unconscious. He's traipsing around 18th century New Orleans right now, in the memories of a woman.
That must feel odd. How long has he been under?
83 minutes.
Whoa.
It's average. What can I do for you?
I just wanted to thank you for sending Lillian to see me. She came away very impressed.
There. You see? All these bureaucrats need is a little glimpse of our secrets every so often. They like to feel like they're still in charge.
Lillian is most definitely in charge. She just tripled my budget.
Tripled? Christ, Eileen. You must have discovered who killed Kennedy.
Well, she heard something on one of my tapes that interested her. Something about an artifact. Very vague, but it was enough.
An artifact? What sort of artifact? Jesus, get him out of there! Get him out!
Oh my God.
It'll kill him! He's not decoupled! He's having a fucking seizure! Power down! Now! Heart rate 170! Power down! Now! Eileen, Warren here. I was all ready to apologize for the late call, but you seem to be away. Maybe with your son. Listen. Since the unfortunate incident with Subject 1, there's been a lot of dire talk around the office about my Animus project. About shutting it down. About it being unsafe. Typical top brass bullshit. And if they shut me down, then your surrogate initiative goes away too. I'm sure you're already well aware of that. Well, let me be the first to reassure you. This will not happen. I will not let them take this from me. From us. I will not let one death of an undiagnosed epileptic, I should add. I will not let this destroy the decades of incredible research done by our predecessors. And the 5 years I've spent perfecting the Animus. There's still more work to be done. And countless rewards to be reaped. So I wanted you to be the first to know. I have decided to volunteer myself as my second subject. I am convinced that the Animus is perfectly safe, provided I stay within the boundaries of my own ancestral bloodline. Next week I plan to prove this by staying a full 4 hours in the Animus. I would be grateful if you and your team would monitor my progress. And after this necessary but ridiculous proof of concept, I give you my word that I will work closely with you to solve your outstanding problems. Your surrogate initiative is a bold idea, and I do believe it is the future of the Animus project. But while we have the Animus itself, I do not want to waste precious opportunities to prove its safety. I'll see you in the office on Monday. Goodbye.
And yeah, there you go. So Warren Vidic Subject 1 died. And he's basically trying to make others responsible for it, you know, and to get like Eileen Bock in on Like, if my project is shutting down, yours will be as well. Kind of like laying even more pressure on her. And of course, you know, now that he has no other chance, he's trying to get her favor, even though he couldn't care less about it earlier, you know. That's right, Kobe, yeah. Yeah, it stands for Seamus Bog. Countless rewards to be reaped by Hugh Warren. Yeah. He's trying to reap her rewards, pretty much. That's what he's doing. You can also go ahead and get the reception computer hacked. Other wards actually locked off, which means I can't actually traverse through there.
Our initial reports gave us hope that Enzio Auditore would serve as an ideal candidate for future Abstergo projects. His charisma, sexual magnetism, and wry humor gave him all the qualities of a leading man. However, his corruption by the Assassin Order robbed him of these qualities as he fell deeper and deeper into a spiral of revenge. Enzio was frequently known to articulate a passive acceptance of evil. He was also a man of ugly contradictions, one who preached free thought, yet traveled well beyond his home country to proselytize his corrupted creed, just as he's doing here with this impressionable Chinese girl. Notice, too, that in his gestures and bearing there is still something of the old lecher in him. Enzio's entire personality is built around pure demagoguery, claiming his philosophy is about love when violence and coercion are his primary means of tackling problems. We have therefore come to the conclusion that Enzio Auditore da Firenze would be a risky character to develop.
Jesus, something dies in me every time I hear Enzio Auditore. Don't do my boy wrong. But it's kind of funny, you know, and it's very ironic because the guy actually doing the voice acting here, the narration, right, for the market analysis, he's Roger Craig Smith, the voice actor for Ezio. You know, speaking out the name wrong of a character he played on purpose, of course, which is really funny. Sexual magnetism, very true. It's kind of funny how they want to portray him as like a revengeful, aggressive womanizer, you know, and leecher. Sure, that's all that Ezio is. Exactly, Elaine. Don't do my boy Ezio bad like this. But yeah, it's such a nice detail. He also has done, like he does all of the market analysis, and for Altair he also pronounced his name very, very wrong.
Our researchers looked into the life of Altair Ibn Lahad, hoping to find a...
Altair Ibn Lahad. Altair Ibn Lahad. But it's of course all on purpose, you know, kind of like showing the ignorance of Abstergo here. I don't even care about pronouncing these names right. Bet Roger Quicksmith had tons of fun recording that. Yeah. That and the character we seen earlier in sequence 12. That we had to tell because he also played another Italian diplomat, I think, who came to the colonies and is basically raving and insulting all of the colonists and the architecture and stuff. Like, they can't keep up with this beautiful Italia. It's kind of funny the roles he plays in this game. But really cool they got him back to voice so many different characters here. Even if it's minor roads. Yeah, 2, 3. There we go. Hey, I'm the best. Welcome in.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Yeah, doing some hacking currently. Preparing ourselves for Watch Dogs. We're gonna be doing lots of hacking, of course. Hope you're doing well. I'm the best. Okay, so this one has multiple parts of hacking, actually.
Our initial research into the life of Ratana Gaydon focused on a period spanning his late teens to his early 30s, but our researchers came away unimpressed by his calm and stoic demeanor, with occasional flashes of extreme anger. This was not the sort of leading man we felt comfortable endorsing. We decided, therefore, to delve into his early childhood, with the hope that scenes of pre-colonial America might hold some appeal. As you can see here, there is a certain naive charm and innocence to this young boy. Unfortunately, our researchers found this young man's story deeply problematic as well. For one, the omnipresence of the Mohawk culture lacks the balance necessary to tell the true story of America. And secondly, the Mohawk language would certainly be an issue for most of our audience. We therefore feel that although Ratana Tankon's early life would be of some interest to our more educated viewers, it's unlikely that his story would appeal on a broader scale, being too foreign, as it were, to normal audiences. Our team recommends we pass on this property.
Jesus, this triggers me even more than the other twos. First the name, and they actually pronounce it 2 times wrong. At the end, Raton Taketon or something. And then also, the Native Americans are too foreign. They don't stand for true America. And also the other thing, the Mohawk language is too off-putting. Which actually just reminded me of Eternity of King Washington DLC, because I got completely rid of a Mohawk language in that one. You know, maybe it's even like a bit of like a knock on Ubisoft Quebec, to be honest, because Montreal and Quebec actually have some kind of like a conflict for lots of years already. But yeah, this actually triggered me quite a bit, you know, saying that the Native Americans are not too foreign, you know, but can't stand for the true America. Thank you very much. Ratone Gaydon. Fucking excuse me. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, and also, like, it's lacking the necessary balance, you know? Like, what do they know? It's like reading the AC Reddit. That's actually true. Yeah, you would hear that kind of opinion on Reddit for sure. Like the widest takes. You wish you were making this up? Me too. When you were 15, when Facebook was still kind of newish, you got in an argument with a Canadian MP. Did you? What over that, Leo? What happened there? Yeah, I think that's everything on this floor here. What? Done. Yeah. Let's go to the elevator and check on the other floors as well. We are justifying the colonization and genocide of Native Americans because, in the quote, I didn't even have a wheel? The fuck? Yeah, that's actually sad. It's all about progress, right? And if you're having progress, then you're doing the right automatically. I'm not sure how I would respond either, because it's difficult arguing with somebody who's so convinced of something like that, you know. Such extreme thought, I guess. But, you know, like arguing in general that genocide is, you know, kind of like to justify it, I guess, in the first place. And then for a reason like that, you know. It's really stupid, you know, because there's so much to the Iroquois culture. It was even more advanced than, you know, some of the political structures we've had in Europe, you know. And yeah, what you view as like progress, I guess, you know, is also, of course, very subjective. Ah, that's a level 3 opportunity. Okay. There we go. Okay, that's another very tricky one here. Oh fuck. Okay. The Great Minds in History, Commission 4. Suave, debonair, and clever, Ethan Kenway was a hero for a generation of men, desperate for a decisive and charismatic leader. Slain by the ungrateful son who could not appreciate the wisdom of his pragmatic, race-blind approach to politics and personal life, Kenway's tenure as a Grandmaster of a colonial right ended abruptly in 1781. Yeah, and that's the entire story, right? There's not more to Ethan Kenway here, or what happened to him. But to be fair, he was definitely a greater mind than a lot of the other mentioned Templars. That's for sure. Okay, there's no playback function here. Fair enough. Okay. That's everything on this floor here. I guess now it's time to go to the lobby, because we have been in the server room already. Though I guess there should maybe be some computers that are now available that other guys aren't in prison anymore, actually. I have to check the server room again. Yeah. There's a new one over here. yeah, this is the evaluation report for Otto Berg. This would have to have been leaked from within. This is a classified document viewed on our own network. Someone should hang for this. Strengths, experience, agent's military special forces background is a definitive asset. Obedient, follows orders without question. Leadership qualities, agent lacks finesse but inspires loyalty in others. Dedicated, agent is wholly committed to our cause. And definite potential could be ES material. Weakness, agent has a young, 3 years daughter. Could be a liability. Yeah, only at Abstergo is having a daughter or child a weakness. Other notes, agent is ready to take on a greater challenge, recommended giving agent leadership responsibilities, and recommend sending agent on level 5 missions. Submitted by Stibor Hasek. This is Otto Berg in Helsinki. And we have, yeah, this is the attack in Florence, Italy. This is how Otto Berg also got his scar, I guess, in his face. Because one of the assassins actually sacrificed himself by exploding himself, essentially, to fight back against Sigma team, which Otto Berg, of course, is leading at this point. And we have a photo labeled Cairo, Egypt, which is where he kidnapped William Maltz in AC3, I believe. Yeah, there you go. Kidnapping of William Maltz, yeah. This updated agent evaluation of Otto Berg dated confirms that leak persisted and perhaps still exist. Updated strengths demonstrated a great deal of courage, initiative, resourcefulness, and dedication. Updated weakness, distinguishing mark, facial scar burn, reparative surgery should be considered. Other notes, following assassin attack, see attached security report. Agent tracked down the enemy and located their Florence hideout. Agent led Sigma strike team against the Florence assassins, responsible for the termination of 3 assassins. Survived assassin ambush. Agent shouldn't be held accountable for the loss of his team. And yeah, there we have a photo of William Maltz, and right next to William Maltz is another person. And I guess Otto is asking in Finnish, who is this guy, or something like that, from memory. And that's actually the new assassin mentor after the events of AC3, because when Desmond died, William's son, he took a step back and needed time for himself, of course, you know, working through that loss. And he took over that responsibility to the guy to the right, becoming the new mentor, at least temporarily. A couple years later, William might step back into his responsibility as mentor again. It's interesting, the Templars actually don't know about his identity either.
Surrogate Initiative, Test Session 27, October 21st, 1980. Host Eileen Bach, DNA sample SB1970.
Miriam. There is no good reason for you to be here. But your intransigence requires that I detain you until you give me information I can act upon. The location of the artifact, perhaps, or the whereabouts of your leader, Bartel Shing. Just a little something to give Minister Goebbels some encouragement that we are on the right track.
How about a nice hug? He looks so sad in all his photographs.
Yes, he does, doesn't he? Perhaps you could pay him a visit yourself. He likes beautiful women. Actresses, musicians.
Pirates?
That's right, pirates. Pirates of the Edelweiss. Isn't that what you kids call yourselves? It's very amusing. And illegal, of course.
Breaking Hitler's laws is half the fun.
Oh, I imagine so. I imagine you were having a wonderful time just before we captured you on your search for friends.
And that's the end of it.
Damn it. Why can't we sustain the signal for more than just a few minutes? I need to relax.
That's not the issue. This is dangerous work. These memories aren't in your bloodline. That's why it's not holding.
There's got to be a solution.
Any idea what they mean by the artifact? I've heard it a few times now.
Not sure. I don't think Miriam knew either. Not much comes into her mind when she asks about it.
But she's protecting the other members of her group, the Edelweiss Pirates or something?
Yeah. Bartol Schink. Have we looked him up?
No, we can.
We should. Put your intern on it.
Right. High priority.
Yeah. This isn't getting any easier. Jesus.
Hello?
Hi, Seamus. It's Mom.
Hey.
How are you?
Dad! It's Mom!
Hello, Eileen.
Hi, Carl. How's Seamus?
Great. We were out shopping for school clothes.
Yeah. The summer just sped by.
They all do.
I never seem to notice. No windows in the office.
Right. Trapped in the lab. So, did you need to talk?
Yes, sorry. I was curious about your mother, actually.
Oh. Okay.
How much did she talk about the war when you were growing up?
Not often. Bits and pieces. Why?
I was doing some research last week about World War II, and something came up about the Edelweiss Pirates, or the Navajos, and your mother's name popped up.
Really? That's an odd coincidence.
Does any of that ring a bell?
Yeah. Mom ran with that group while the war was on. There were a group of kids who wanted to avoid the Hitler Youth programs, but in later years they escalated their activities to, bigger ideas like vandalism and sabotage.
But why Navajos and pirates?
Just some of the names they used. Navajos, Edelweiss Pirates, you know kids. There were little pins, little white flowers. I may still have hers.
That's interesting.
And this is for work? Researching my mother?
Not exactly, but... Sorry, I can't talk about it.
Right. You never could.
Hey, don't. I didn't mean to be flippant.
No. Don't mind me. All for the greater good.
I like to think so.
Power down. You all right?
Damn it! 5 months of this bullshit! We're floundering.
Take it easy, Eileen. You're just stressed.
I am not stressed. I'm frustrated. I'd like to go again this afternoon.
No. There is no reason to rush this.
We're hardly rushing. We're running into the same wall over and over again. Why can't we push through? Why can't you keep me in the Animus longer than 2 minutes?
Because surrogate genetic memory data is fragile. The EEG is exploding and your brain is doing too much work. The longer you stay in, the more damage it does. It's even possible that...
Possible that?
It's possible the memories we're digging into could eventually overwrite your own. Like information on a tape drive. There's just not enough space in your head to do both.
Here I come to save the day! Good afternoon, all.
Did you invite him?
No.
But you did. Remember?
That was months ago, Warren. What do you need?
I wanted to stop by. Check on your progress.
Well, apparently it's still too dangerous to keep me under for more than a few minutes.
I always suspected that would be your biggest hurdle. The genetic memory sequencing is the easy part, if time-consuming. But the replay, that's something else.
Yes?
Let's think this through. My subjects are diving into their own genetic memories, so the information is already encoded in their heads.
Which means the Animus has less work to do. Less computing, less parsing.
Right. So to get your surrogate data working, To let people experience foreign memories, it'll take a hell of a lot more processing power than anyone has. Even Abstergo Industries.
Ideally, we'd like to build an external processor that mirrors as many brain functions as possible. Something to handle the calculations.
But the cost and upkeep of that would be
astronomical. Let me see what I can do. I have some sway with Lillian. We won't build Rome in a day, but if we focus on the pretty buildings first, maybe we'll achieve something.
Thank you, Warren.
Till next, folks.
And there you go, the second part of Subject Zero's audio files here. Hey, the Bishop Dragon, welcome in. Good morning. And how's it going? I hope you're doing well. Could be white flowers, white roses maybe? Yeah, I think it's definitely a reference to the Weiße Rose, I guess, the White Rose group. It's Mighty Mouse, coming to save the day, Mola. Hey, Lucinda, welcome in. Good morning to you as well. It's going very good, thank you. We're just about to finish Black Flag. Finished the last sequence just now, and now working on the last modern day parts here, before we go back into the Animus one last time for the epilogue. But yeah, we are almost finished now with our playthrough. And we stopped at, let's see, I think 26 detections total. My stream deck is currently a bit lagging. But yeah, I think we ended with 26 detections total. So definitely happy overall with that. But yeah, how are you doing? How was your road trip and everything? I think you've been visiting family, right? For a couple of days? Thanks, Kobe. I don't know what's up with Stream Deck the past 2 days, because it's been really weird. There hasn't even been an update either, but who knows. Indeed, yeah. Yeah, we just have a couple more computers to hack, and then it's off for the final cutscene in the game. But yeah, we got 5 more computers here to go. There's actually another camera system here. Let's have a quick look just to see if there's playback video recordings. You're back from a vacation, taking a day to yourself today to catch up on stuff, and we'll be back to normal operations tomorrow. Travel went well. We had more traffic this time, though, for sure. I gotcha. That's good, though. I'm glad you had a good time and a good trip overall. How did it go with the doggo? Did the doggo also like was alright with the long travel time and stuff? But that's totally fair to kind of like take a day to yourself and just kind of like arrive, you know, before you settle back into things. Yeah, there's a playback here.
Body's been moved? Yes, sir, and preserved. We'll do what we can. Good. Let's keep security units on standby. I know Miss LeMay said the situation was under control, but I have a feeling we may be needing them again soon.
Okay, man. I guess we only have one more floor left. Where's the elevator? Is it up here? Yeah. It took you 13 hours to travel 1,100 kilometers on Saturday. That was actually very well behaved on the trip. Just zapped and only got NC when we would stop because she wanted to go out. I gotcha. That's good, because yeah, that can be quite stressful on dogs sometimes. When we recently did our trip with our doggo, we had like 2.5 hours of drive, and She wasn't doing too well, to be honest. Like, quite anxious for whenever we hit like higher speeds. And ironically, it was like quite the opposite to your doggo, I guess. That when we went lower, she was actually much less anxious overall. Okay, let's go to a lobby here. Yeah, that's a crazy long trip for sure. Like 13 hours of travel. Hope you had some good music of a road trip. Something to listen to. Sounds like she was the opposite. You have a dog in a small carrier. Being a Chihuahua, she can fit in with smaller ones. She wasn't bothered by the trip in the slightest. That's great. It sounds like definitely a good way to start off a trip.
I'm glad that's over. I hate it when they escalate the security. It makes me jumpy.
Did they put anyone in the bunker this time?
Just for a few days, I think. Sucks, but I suppose it's necessary. We deal with some really sensitive data.
Classified shit, yeah. I don't know how I feel about it, but it's in our contract, so...
And they pay out bonuses too. Inconvenience pay, they call it.
Really? That's actually kind of nice.
I got to listen to so 18 hours then. Damn. That reminds me of when I flew over to the States and back. Because I was like traveling for over 20 hours, I think, total. Wasn't too much of a fan of that, to be honest. It's like a certain amount of hours after which it gets more and more exhausting, I guess.
February 12, 1981. Qualitative personal interview with Subject 1 on ancestral research regarding Avalon de Grand Prix. How are you feeling? Any side effects?
Not really. Aside from the headaches. They've been worse since I started staying in longer. But I don't want to stop. I like her. I want to know what she does next.
What's it like? Reliving her memories.
So different. The Animus, I mean. The past. At first it was confusing. Distracting. Like New Orleans, the stench. I wasn't expecting all the smells.
Smell is the sense most directly linked to memory.
When I'm in her memories, it's like I can smell more than I usually can.
In general, women have a more acute sense of smell than men do. I had wondered how that would translate. Anything else?
Yeah. She's smaller than me, but it's like her body could do more.
Did that surprise you?
At first, yeah. The ERA people might hate me for this or whatever, but I don't usually think of girls that way. Climbing things. My mom, my sisters. The animal feeling of Aveline sinking her hidden blade into the throat of...
Go on.
It doesn't feel feminine. What I think of as feminine. But then at the same time it does. Her center of gravity is way lower. That was a surprise. How easy it is to land. How steady I am on her feet. Sorry. This is hard to talk about.
No, it's fascinating. This is what we need. Pure experience, in your own words.
Okay. Can you tell me about Gerald Blanc? What about him?
He and Evelyn were close, but we haven't been able to ascertain if he might be your missing ancestor. Do her memories suggest anything to you? Does this make you uncomfortable? Remember, these are her memories. You're just playing them back. It's not even acting. You're a researcher.
Like you say, I haven't experienced her consummating anything. That would be... Anyway, I think maybe she was confused.
Oh.
Well, first of all, I don't really know for sure, okay? I mean, guys think about sex more than girls, right? That's a fact.
As a researcher, what did you observe?
Does it mean she's more like a guy if she thinks about... Is that why she's able to assassinate? Well, okay, here's the thing. I don't know her thoughts, but from what's in her memories, physically, the fidgeting, some hesitation, what she looked at, who she looked away from, the things she didn't say when I expected her to. If I had to guess what it meant, I would think she was thinking about sex. But I'm a guy, so I would think that, right? So what does it mean for women to act that way? It has to mean something else, right?
May you walk.
As a subject, you're able to observe more finely than I am in review. What about unwanted attention from men?
Well, I thought that would be the hardest thing to deal with. I'm not into that, for the record. Not at all.
Yes, I know.
But the way she dealt with it, it happens so often. It's like you stop noticing everything she does to avoid it. Crossing the street, eyes in the back of her head. She knew how to handle herself. When she was charming, felt kind of similar to killing. Or the build-up to killing. Can we take a break, Mr. Vidic?
Of course. Ready to go on?
Yes.
Evelyn was black.
And white. On her father's side.
You're sensitive to that?
I guess. I mean, I'm white. Evelyn looks black, so that's different. But you get used to it. Like with the girl thing. Till someone makes you not used to it.
What do you mean?
I don't think I've ever had to think so much about what I'm wearing or how I'm walking. But Evelyn, it's like she goes through her whole life in these uniforms.
People expect her to behave in a certain way.
Definitely. Sometimes I worry I'll slip up and play too relaxed at the warehouse and, I don't know, blow her cover.
You can't blow her cover.
I know. I'm just replaying the memories. I can't change them, I know. But I see it, right? It's a risk. It's...
stressful?
Yes. It's best when she goes out as an assassin. On the roofs or in the bayou. I think she was more relaxed that way. Can you imagine? You're only relaxed when you're going to kill someone.
Let's stick to memories rather than imagination. What about the slaves?
They're kind of just... everywhere. I mean, that sounds bad. Slavery is bad, but no one's acting like slavery's bad. It's fun when she frees slaves. Is it supposed to be fun?
We're not looking for supposed to. Focus on what it is.
Jesus. Yeah, that interview is something. Oh dear. The stigmas this guy's having, you know, about genders and skin colors and stuff is on another level. So you were also traveling with your mother who was scared of big trucks and was frequently telling you to watch this truck or watch that and was distracting. That's definitely understandable too. It wouldn't help, you know. I mean, yeah, I definitely get it, you know, because trucks can be quite scary, you know, if they don't see you. But yeah. Evelyn the Grand Prix. The pronunciations continue. One is fidgeting in the chair too much. I think so too, I'm the bear suit. Oh dear. Well then. Have a computer, here we go.
They will lead me to Lee.
So hey, Halisi, welcome in.
We are attempting to synchronize the DDS system. This will only take a moment. We are almost there. The DDS is now in sync. Thank you for your patience. We hope you enjoy your experience. Rudolf II invited many notable figures to his court, making Prague the center of European culture. Among them were Englishman Edward Kelly and his stepdaughter, Elizabeth Jane Weston. Observe her and report any alleged collusion.
So this is hinting to another kind of like project that Ubisoft or Abstergo was working on, I guess. And it's related to the script we saw earlier. You know, set in the 50th, 60th century Prague. That kind of like a reference to that one.
So what happened with Olivier?
What happened to Olivier?
He flew to Chicago for the annual shareholders meeting and just vanished. Never even showed up to the meeting.
Where did you hear that? I haven't heard anything.
I keep my ear to the ground.
Yeah, he disappeared. Because there was a guy called Aiden Pierce. But another idea for him entirely. Oh, another QR code. Nice. Okay, that's number 20. We're just missing one here. Before I actually hack this one, I wanna hack the other two computers down there. Because servers like these usually have more important information. So one more QR code here. There it is. There we go. And this unlocks this symbol here, which is the cover of the manifesto of the Instruments of the First Will, and it's their symbol, essentially. Now, kind of like as a bit of a context here, the Instruments of the First Will is an organization that's independent from both the Templars and Assassins, although they have infiltrated either organization before. They're essentially humans that have been programmed by the First Sith in a way where they don't really have much of a free will, and they have to do anything in their power to serve the First Sith. Which is why in present day, the Instruments of the First Will try to resurrect Juno and assist in her coming back, essentially. And yeah, the Sage we've seen in modern day here, he's essentially one of them, right? Because being the husband of Juno, you know, he's of course even more in favor of Juno being brought back, and he has written this manifesto, I believe. And it's left behind these sticky notes. And now that we have all of them, I'm actually gonna be reading it now. So, Manifesto of the Instruments of the First Will, read by a true disciple this day, 21st of October 2013, in anticipation of the anniversary of her ascension. May she guide us into the grey. Being that life is both sacred and profane, priceless and worthless, fleeting and eternal, we submit. Being that life can be as easily constructed from primordial swamps as from a stinking petri dish, we submit. Being that those who came before imbued us with life, it may remove it as readily should we defy or deny the original plan, we submit. Being that it is well understood that tools, homes, cars, cutlery, pencils, tables, books, chairs, domesticated animals, light bulbs, mobile phones, sex toys, vacation homes, sofas, lounges, chairs, swimming pools are indirect byproducts of our genotypic expressions, otherwise known as extended phenotypes, we submit. It was in the 17th and 18th centuries the world became an indecent place, rent of its original purpose, during the ages of Industrial Revolution. Here it was the machines of industry we unleashed in such grand quantities, quite without understanding them unwound motives and purposes of our own, as inert as they were. The machines we made shaped us in turn and took hold of our impulses, and our minds, small as they are, and gripped us like an iron maiden, bleeding us empty. It was our poor understanding of our origins that led us to the originate tools we were incapable of understanding or controlling. As if a cotton gin was not enough and one day our sweaters and undershirts might talk to us. As if this were not enough. Take for instance gunpowder, which gave us great mastery over fire. Take for instance the daguerreotype, which warped our way of seeing true life. Take the light bulb that gave us light when none was necessary. Take the automobile that sped us along at velocities capable only of killing us in new and silly ways. Take the cinema, which gave us lies as a man once said 24 times per second. Take the phonograph, which preserved noises which ought to be ephemeral. Take the television, which is obviously stupid. Take video games, which are secretly stupid, and you all know you wish there was more pornography. You know you do. Amazing. Take saturated fats and high fructose corn syrups, which poison us, and soy, which has been known to make men into women. Take computers which count so fast we cannot keep up, nor should we, for we are an imperfect race of disgusting shells of tissue and bone incomplete in and of ourselves. We must have masters to survive. We must admit our masters. Admit them and submit to them. Yes, we submit. By being ourselves the product of an advanced yet earthbound race of intelligent humanoids, we must also therefore be tools ourselves and subject to the intents and purposes of our creators, despite our limited agency. So essentially, he's also like trying to force people of thinking very little of themselves, right? It's like, we are not worthy. We have to have masters. We are ugly. You know, that's the message here, really. And given that it's written by Aita, you know, he's of course based on the first Sith. So he doesn't really see himself as a human either, right? He's just trying to make them think less of themselves. Make them become like obedient, essentially. This reminds you of a Choose Life Star to Transporting movie. Ah, really? That's a movie I still have to see. But yeah, Levi always wanted me to watch it at some point. So hopefully soon. Definitely heard good things about it. Yes, we submit that we are such tools and as such have a purpose befitting a tool. We submit we are like hammers and wrenches and shovels, made for a specific purpose, not our own. We submit that our purpose is indivisible from the will of those who came before. We submit ourselves, our bodies, and our minds utterly. Remember that our relentless, impertinent, hollow drive to achieve everything our forebears did has led to many embarrassments and disasters: nuclear weapons, superviruses, genetically modified poison food, toxic air, plastic sea wreck, and sea spawn, and the list goes on. You can look it up for yourself on the internet, but Ovis 2 had a secret purpose in the end. Superviruses, huh? It was one of your favorites at the time. Yeah. I heard really good things about that movie. So definitely it's like a must-watch, or on my must-watch list, to be honest. Today's Abstergo Templar frauds have given themselves to base practices and claim wrongly that men and women are delicate and sensible, and feeling creatures in and of themselves, and therefore deserve satiety and comfort and mindlessness in the presence of pleasure. Nothing could be sicker, falser, disgusting lying bastards. As you can see, they're not even fond of a Templar's way of handling things, right? But that's also because the Templars are humans who see themselves as masters, and they're essentially, instruments of the First Will are essentially about putting the humans in their place, right? Including them. Nobody should be the master over humans except for the first Sith. Our purpose isn't ours to achieve, but ours to be received, given by her graces and instruction. Death to the thought fabricators and pleasure and indolence. The old order must be restored, the new order destroyed. True Templars dedicated to order and stability and peace through the application of her iron will, and not through the dulling satisfactions of pleasure and indolence. So with her, I mean Juno, of course. The new order is a disease, and Juno, may she guide us into the grey, would be our cure. Remember this, remember that. It was in the 80th century, slipping into the next, that the sickness took hold, and men began to believe they were a part and individual of the original plan. Men shunned the plan, called us slaves, when we were only fulfilling our duty. Then revolutions in America and France bled into evolutions, and into more revolutions into Russia and Mexico and India, and the sickening list goes on, as men and women fought and died for the right to be indolent and sick and pleasured. But she, may she guide us into the grey, has returned after a sleep of tens of thousands of years and millennia, and we submit to live and work at her side. We, the instruments of her first will. Remember that our relentless, impertinent, hollow drive to achieve everything our forebears did has led to many embarrassment and disasters. This is just a repetition of a previous one. As our tools are genetic expressions of our mental culture activity, and as we are expressions of our mental culture activity, it must necessarily follow that this world as it is now, and as it ever will be, is an expression of a first will. An expression of their labors, and thus belongs not to us but to them. The wires, the cables, the data, the networks that now crisscross the globe are hers. They must become her body and her mind. What she once wrought have wrought anew, and will resurrect her into a new form. Beautiful, 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 yes. The world in all its digital technology is now an expression of her life, and her work began over 80,000 years ago. Yet now she has come to reclaim them. She, beloved, beautiful Juno, may she guide us into the grey. Into the grey, the digital frontier, the singularity, the space in which she dwells being both made of light and the embodiment of darkness. This we call the grey, being that we are the instruments of her will, instruments of her first will, the original will. We submit this credo to the word. We submit ourselves to eternal servitude in service of a grander fulfillment. We submit the world to itself, it being a product of that feeds life to life and death to death. May she, mother, sister, wife, lover, friend, bring light to darkened minds and humility to those who succor for its wisdom. Guide us into the grey, beloved, guide us. And that ends. You're going to say no thanks to that manifest? Yeah, me too, Eline. Me too. That's a bit extreme of an outlook, I guess, to be had. Ava, if you are welcome in, good morning. Yeah, that's probably one of the trickiest one, I think, to solve, if I remember correctly. There we go. Yeah, this one can take ages sometimes because there's only one way to get it, I think.
So, this will be a short one, Dad. Something to remember me by if things go south. If I don't make it out of the temple today. I've tried to be optimistic about all this, but I just can't. I think spending all this time in Connor's memories has made me anxious. I mean, his story is so painful in so many ways. Still, he never lost hope. Even when his faith in others eroded. I can only believe that what we are doing is the right thing. And that I can stop this disaster. I know this. I mean, the technology is there, waiting for us to use it. I'm the final piece of the puzzle. Something in my genes, or my memories. Some final piece of code to switch the whole thing on. That's why I'm here. That's why they brought me here. Only, I don't know what I'll have to give up in return. My sanity, my life, it's impossible to say. I do know this. Our battle with the Templars will not be over. But whatever's inside that temple is not an ending. It's just another chapter in this endless story. And it'll be your job, and Mom's, and Sean's, and Rebecca's, to keep turning the pages. You know, I keep thinking about something Orson Welles once said. Something like, if you want a happy ending, it all depends on where you stop telling your story. So maybe that's the answer. Maybe that's how people keep marching forward. If something goes wrong in their dad, something happens to me. When you tell my story years from now, please tell them the one about how I lost my way, and then I found it again. Just in time to save the world. And just end it there. That'll keep everyone smiling. Goodbye, Dad. Say hello to Mom. Tell her I love her, okay? Tell her I love you both. I love you both.
Yeah. And that's the last memo we hear from Desmond. Almost like a goodbye letter there. You know, because he knew at this point that something has to happen, you know, and he might not get out of this alive. So already at this point, he's quite content with the story ending in a way, you know. Even if he doesn't know the full reach yet of what's happening. Yeah, Kobe. Just ended there. On a happy note, I guess. Yeah. Rest in peace, Desmond. You will be missed, but never forgotten. Right. 2 more computers left, and then we can go back into the Animus. Ah, okay, there's one line over here. Interesting. And I swear, this one is also damn tricky. What? Where did I go now? Oh man, this is tricky. Freaking hell, this one is the one I remembered. This one can take ages sometimes. Kind of annoying. Right a way to get over here. But how though? Pretty much impossible to stop there. So that can't be the way. Can't stop here either. Huh? How? Oh man, this one. My nemesis. Especially with the camera changing, like sometimes, you know, I would like do like this, and then if I go up or something, it's like going the opposite direction. Which doesn't help. Oh my god, I got it. Freaking finally. I did 2 more now. Ah, okay, so it's another chat archive. I'm just gonna read this and summarize it essentially, so I don't have to read all of it out loud. So Olivier needs more information on the observatory because of course he gets pressed by the Abstergo Industries guys to find more information. Basically, holidays and vacation doesn't matter, you have to work. Yeah, they're also getting pressed by Letitia, otherwise they will never release the Devils of the Caribbean kind of like project. And yeah, they might only be using the memories for Abstergo Industries because the information is too sensitive about the observatory to be made into a entertainment product. At most, kind of like finding it ridiculous, you know. That's they're working all this overtime and the project might not even be released. What if it's like, get them breakfast, you know, that will probably take care of it. We're kind of like thinking about just focusing on the pirate aspects and just leaving out the observatory instead. You have to be careful if you're working with industries. And they might even develop a Las Vegas attraction, which Mel's like totally psyched about and forgets about all the other issues that have been mentioned so far. She's truly a hype beast. But yeah, that's the gist of it, you know, it's like, we gotta be faster to get the information about the observatory. The Devils of the Caribbean project might not be released, and they're trying to find a solution for the workers. Not to be demotivated here. Alrighty, so that leaves us with one more computer, which is the server over here. And then we're officially done with all of the modern day for Black Flag. It's actually crazy how much there is in this chapter of the game, you know. But I will say the pacing I'm not a big fan of because there's so much that you get to explore now. And the only thing left really is like one cutscene for Edward, you know. So it does kill the pacing a little bit for his storyline, I think. Even though I do appreciate all of the modern day information here. Okay. Let's come on. Yeah, that one is super fast. Kinda like difficult to predict that. Okay.
Surrogate Initiative, Test Session 37, August 9th, 1981. Host, Eileen Bach, DNA sample SB1970.
Open! Good morning, Miss Kurtz. You look well, considering the circumstances. Are you rested? Have you eaten? Your friends are dead, Miriam. Bartel Schink and all his navigos, his Edelweiss pirates. Executed for 5 counts of murder.
Just a trial. You must be proud.
There was no need! They were scum! All of them! You hear me? All of you are scum! Scum! Scum!
I see it so clearly now. He didn't break, did they? You have nothing.
Quiet, girl!
You don't have the artifact. If you did, you wouldn't be talking to me at all. Never use lace seat!
I said
never use lace seat! Never use lace seat!
Eileen, open your eyes. Can you hear me? Eileen! Eileen!
Power's off! Get the position in here! Step aside, son!
Eileen, talk to me. Can you open your eyes?
Clear!
Oh, God.
No response.
All right. Notes towards a speech in honor of Dr. Eileen Bach's premature retirement. When I first learned of Dr. Bach's unfortunate accident, I couldn't help but feel a great sense of loss at... No. Dr. Eileen Bach has and always will be a friend and colleague. When I first learned of her unfortunate accident, I was shocked, of course. To see any friend injured in such a way is deeply upsetting. And to further learn that her injuries were severe enough to force a premature conclusion to her brilliant career, well, I would not wish that fate on anyone. But if there is any solace to be found in her accident, it may be this: that she was injured in service of her research, in service of work that she cherished most dearly. And it is thanks to her, it is due to her diligence, that some of the mysteries of genetic memory have been further illuminated. And while it is true that work on her project, the Surrogate Initiative, as she called it, has been temporarily halted, the copious amount of work she has done over the past 3 years has been incredibly valuable. So while her work has been suspended for the time being, her legacy will most certainly live on. Quiet, Joan! Quiet!
Yeah. That he couldn't be too pleased with himself at the death of Eileen Bock, you know. Which he dubbed Subject Zero, you know. Because in a way, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he had directly something to do with the experiment going awfully awry, you know. In the end, he kind of like also advised them to change something. It wouldn't surprise me if that change directly led to the accident of Eileen Bock dying, his project taking over to be a successful one, and Tim inheriting all that knowledge that she worked on, you know. I think that's very likely what's been happening here. Yeah, makes him more and more glad that he's already gone at this point, because Desmond of course killed him at the ending kind of like sequences of AC3. After everything he's done, not only to her, but also to all the other subjects he's worked on, you know, including Clay and Desmond. But yeah, that now means we have hacked all of the computers and we have read all of the QR codes. So now finally we can go back into the Animus and finish off Edward's storyline. So let's do exactly that.
No way.
Gentlemen, how do you find it here?
It will work for us. But our goal must be to scatter our operations. To live and work among the people we protect, just as Altair Ben Lahad once counseled.
Well, until that time, it's yours as you see fit.
Edward, Captain Woods Rogers survived his wounds. He has since returned to England, shamed and in great debt, but no less a threat.
I will finish that job when I return. You have my word. Evening, Anne.
Edward?
I'll be sailing for London in the next few months. I'd be a hopeful man if you were beside me.
England's the wrong way around the globe for an Irish woman.
Will you stay with the assassins?
No, I haven't got that kind of conviction in my heart. You?
In time, aye. When my mind is settled and my blood is cooled.
Sail ho! Coming into the cove!
You're a good man, Edward. And if you learn to keep settled in one place for more than a week, you'll make a fine father too. And all the harm that e'er I've done, alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit to memory now I can't. So felt the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. Oh, that ere I had, they're sorry for my going, and all the sweet ere I've loved, they'd wish me one more day to stay. But since it falls unto my lot that I should rise and you should, I'll gently rise and softly call. Good night and joy be with you all. Good night and joy be with you all.
Father, did you always know how to sail a boat?
The Jackdaw is a ship, Jenny, not a boat.
But did you always know?
No. No, I learned after leaving Bristol.
After you left Mother?
Well, I didn't leave without saying goodbye, that is. It was an arrangement, you see, between your mother and me.
She said you left her. She said you always talked about sailing a boat and making money in the New World.
I did always want to sail a ship. That's true. But not for a laugh. To support us. To take care of her. And you.
Not me. Mother said you didn't know about me. She said you worked only once a year and that she never knew where to find you.
That's all true, and I'm sorry for that. If I'd known earlier, I might have come home. I hope that I would have.
Well, you were busy. That's what I think.
I was, but that wouldn't have mattered.
Can I steal your boat?
Boat? I see no boat here. Do you?
I mean ship, obviously. I don't see the difference anyway.
Ah, it's a very simple one, Jenny. A ship can carry a boat, and a boat can carry a ship.
Why then, everything's a ship. Large and small. But for my toy boat, the one I take into the bath with me.
That's a clever way of seeing it. Is it hard to talk about Caroline, Jenny? About your mother?
No. She passed some years ago. I miss her, but it's all right.
Was she in pain?
I don't know. I don't think so. She was very happy for quite some time. Then, not so happy. I didn't see her much after that. Then, she was gone.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you.
It's all right. You're here now. And we're on an adventure.
Only a little one, I hope. can't handle too many more surprises.
Do you think we'll see a whale?
Yes, there's a very good chance.
And what about pirates? Will I see pirates?
No. Not much chance of that, I think.
Oh, that's rather sad. I should have liked to have seen one.
Tell you what, Jenny. As soon as these winds die a little, I'll let you steer the jackdaw. One little trick at the helm before sundown.
Yay!
Miss Jennifer Kenway, may I introduce myself?
Jennifer Scott, if you please.
I'm sorry,
My daughter was raised by her mother, Caroline, until she passed away some years ago. Jenny prefers to use her surname to mine.
Please forgive my ignorance.
I will. She may not.
Father, help me.
This little rascal, however, is a Kenway. What's wrong, Hafen?
I can't see the stage.
Up we go. How's that?
Fine. But won't your arms tire?
Hey, I'm not so old as that. But if they do, then we shall quit this posh gig and go and meet your mother for some chocolate at White's. How's that sound?
Yes, please.
Okay, hush now.
Yeah. Back when the Kenways are still a happy family. What did it take? One Templar to disrupt the entire family. And that's of course the Templar Grandmaster Reginald Birch. He hired mercenaries to kill Edward. He sold Caroline into slavery. And he raised Haven to become a Templar. That's what he did. But big yay for the Templars, right? Looking at Rogue and stuff. Yeah guys, so this is officially the ending for AC4 Black Flag. Nothing left to do but watch the credits. Ruby kinda sounds like she might not have died, but maybe in a coma or state of that renders her incapable of working further. Either way, it's terrible. It's true, yeah. The way Warren Vidic says it, I guess, is that she didn't die. However, that's often kind of like code for somebody has died and they kind of like try to not make much of a thing out of it, I guess. But considering that they're still like active family she was in contact with and they kind of know about Abstergo, I guess definitely right that she probably has survived there. They're definitely incapable of further working on the project, I guess, or saying anything against Abstergo. Leo, if you recall correctly, Bonnie ended up in Florida. One of the few pirates of notoriety that retired peacefully. Interesting. I didn't know that actually. But yeah, that could definitely be the case, I guess. Like looking at the historical facts at least, I guess. Yeah, it's so good, the Parting Glass song, Kobe. That whole ending scene, you know, when Edward is seeing all of his old friends at the table, you know. Everything's kind of like leaving behind to go back to England, but that he already has lost, I guess, being in the Caribbean. That's such a bittersweet ending, you know, because there's so many, you know, beautiful memories he has of a time, but also horrible ones as well at the same time. Who's cutting onions around here? No kidding. Yeah, that ending always makes me very emotional as well. Yeah, she really is, Eli. Sorry, I actually didn't mean Caroline, of course. I meant that Jenny was sold into slavery. Her mother, of course, already dead at that point. But, yeah. It's really wholesome, that whole encounter between Edward and her, you know, on the ship. First time we really have a conversation. Can you imagine going from a nice sunny Caribbean to fucking England? Grey clouds in Texas? Yeah. He definitely could have done better, I guess. But I reckon he's also doing it for Jenny, I think. He really has, Kobe. Yeah, it's great, you know, but he's really leaving something behind also for Jenny and I guess Haven later as well, you know. It's especially noticeable when Jenny asks if they're gonna be seeing any pirates, and he's essentially saying not much of a chance of it, no. Which basically gives an answer that he really is leaving behind but alive, finally. It really is Carbon, you know. Also talking about Caroline, you know. It's really interesting how good Jenny seems to be coping, you know, with that as well. Quite impressive. Automod is the Templar confirmed. Yeah, secretly they're also controlling Twitch. They use a censoring system to make sure people can't speak out and have free speech, you know. Thank you for the GG's, Lucinda. Hope you're glad you never get to play that in a game or watch it in a movie. Would have broken your heart to see it in action. Yeah, it's crazy, you know, the horrible stuff that happened to the Kenway family, you know. It truly is one of the most tragic family stories in the entire storyline of Assassin's Creed. You know, Edward, Haven and Jenny being separated the way they have been, and Haven being raised in a cause and being manipulated to, you know, kind of like become a Templar. I mean, what Reginald Birch essentially has done is he sold Jenny into slavery and then pretended to Haven that they have to search for Jenny. So they traveled across Europe pretending to be searching for her, even though he already knew where she was. And when finally, when Haven finds out about that, which is already midway through AC3, he goes ahead and kills Reginald Birch together with his sister Jenny and frees her. So he pays, but we never actually see that in AC3. It just, I guess, mentioned in the book Forsaken. But even after that, he stayed a Templar, I guess. Which is crazy to think. Captain, the thing you love is how Edward is not finding any excuse anymore. He's just taking full conscience and responsibilities for his errors. He grew up a lot. Absolutely, yeah. It's really great that character evolution that he goes through, you know, because at the start of the game he couldn't care less about the repercussions, you know, for his actions. Or how it might affect others, you know, like the decision he's making for himself. But he's been putting himself and others in danger too many times, and he's realizing that he really has to change paths. Otherwise he might end up like all the other friends that he's made in this time. And yeah, I guess becoming a father and really taking over that role is just another kind of like way of facing those responsibilities, I guess, you know. Yeah, Black Flag really is such a great story. And the voice work shouldn't be understated either. I think the main cast especially has been so good.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Black Flag done and dusted. You missed the parting glass, but didn't want to cry today anyway. It's definitely fair, I'm the best suit. Good thing you missed it then. But yeah, indeed. So that's Black Flag done. Which means the next game will actually be Watch Dogs. Because I will also include Watch Dogs 1 and 2 as part of my annual series run this year. And I'm playing the games, of course, in release order. And yeah, that means we're gonna be doing Watch Dogs 1 and then Unity afterwards. And I'm gonna keep the challenge going essentially for Watch Dogs 2, so we will be still doing RV missions and a stealth challenge. Which is gonna be first for me with Watch Dogs. I've never actually done a stealth challenge or anything like that on the series before. It's gonna be quite interesting seeing how the game works in that regard. It is quite similar to Assassin's Creed in how the stealth works, so I think it should be perfectly fine for the most part. But there's definitely some missions I will have to make exceptions for. Like one of the major side missions in that game is Criminal Convoys, which is where you also get to kill Olivier Gannot, the CCO of Abstergo Entertainment in this game. But in order to do them, you have to essentially ambush cars, and by doing that you get into open conflict, guaranteed. But yeah, that's alright. There's still a couple of missions that I can do completely stealthy, like the gang hideouts, of course, which are essentially like the forts from Assassin's Creed. Kobe was already on the way to become a better man, but you think Mary's death sealed it for him? Yeah. Yeah, especially since Mary also really believed in the good inside Edward, you know? And she never stopped believing in it. And I guess it's also the reason he even considers joining the Assassins, you know? Because it's always what she wanted for him. Korean version. It's also an Arabic version. It seems like that was made by another studio and not anything Ubisoft. But yeah, what a great game though, you know. There's just so many things that Black Flag knocked out of the park, I think. The writing, as you said, of course, and the voice acting being one thing. But just how they created the whole Caribbean open world, you know. I mean, it's definitely one of the best Pirates games for a reason. And I think the open world is a big part of it, you know. The freedom you have being on the Jackdaw and using the naval exploration. But also how seamless the transition was between ground and naval exploration, right? Like in AC3 you had loading screens every time you went on a boat. Or ship, I guess I should say. And then in this game, you know, except for major cities, you could like seamlessly go from one island to your ship. Without any loading times whatsoever. That truly made the game feel open world, you know? Like none of the others before. And what's interesting is they even tried to push for the entire game to be without a loading screen. But they had to make separate areas. It just wasn't feasible for the current technology at the time. But they kind of like managed to do that for Origins, you know. Because the same studio, of course, for this game worked on Origins. And with that game they finally managed to not have any loading screen on the entire open world map of the main game. So we really got to fulfill the promise, I guess, and the idea finally in that game. Elaine, you love all of the animals, the turtles, flamingos, etc. Yeah, that's another big thing, you know, like the wildlife in the game. really made the game feel more like overall, you know. If it's like the fish in the water, you know, like all of the sharks and whales, you know, the monkeys, as you say, the flamingos and stuff. Even the animals that couldn't be hunted, you know, it really added quite a bit, I think. And you can also tell in Origins that that's still something really important to the studio, you know, to kind of like create like a vibrant and lively open world. And the water, yeah, the water looks so good. It's really cool also seeing the behind the scenes for how they created like the underwater parts and water in general. You know, like all of the details you can see swimming in the like shallow water. But also, of course, how like water behaves, right? Like the whole physics of the ocean. It's like crazy how good and realistic it feels, I think, for a 2013 game. Like 10 years ago, pretty much. Origins is a masterpiece. Yeah, Origins is still hands down one of my absolute favorite AC games. That one, AC2 are still my favorite ones to date, to be honest. And to me, Bayek is definitely a big reason behind it. I just absolutely love the shit out of Bayek. But also, of course, you know, the setting is amazing. I've always wanted to have a game set in Egypt. Apropos water, the DLC patch for Horizon Forbidden West has added a Thalassophobia mode as an accessibility option that apparently makes water less murky, and Aloy can't drown anymore. Hacking amazing. That's pretty cool. That's nice, you know, because sometimes things like that can really put off people from playing the game further. For example, speaking of Origins, right? There are actually some people that are so afraid of like snakes that they literally stop playing Origins because you would go into like a tomb and you know, it would just like scare you to death almost if you like have that phobia of snakes. I guess in Origins it would have been also cool if you had the option to maybe disable snakes altogether. But it's great to have those kind of accessibility options, you know, just to make it like more open for all kinds of people to enjoy the game. Yeah, absolutely. It would be great if more games had those kind of accessibility options. Yo, you loved Origins so much because the Magi from the Mummy movies was cool as fuck when he was a kid. That's fair. Did watch the first Mummy movie last year actually, and it was kind of like funny hearing about the Magi and everything. I was like, hold on, I know that name. Like, what does freak the heck out of you? That's fair. Yeah, I'm also definitely a bit spooked by like really dark depths of water and what might be lurking inside, you know. I mean, I'm fine with like going into you know, like a lake or something, but when it comes to oceans and stuff, I'm definitely more aware of what might be inside. Also that amazing soundtrack by Brian Tyler. Actually makes me hyped to play Far Cry 3 at some point, because Far Cry 3 has also had Brian Tyler do the music apparently. And it even looks similar, doesn't it? With like some of the environments. It also released a year before this one, I think, but 2012, if I'm not mistaken. I guess I probably used some assets from Far Cry 3 in this game too. Magi? Ancient policemen from the Old Kingdom. Pretty much, yeah. I think at this point Origins is the game that I look most forward to playing next. But I'm also quite hyped actually for Watch Dogs, because it's been 2 years since I last played that game.
Ancient writing from the Old Kingdom.
Ancient writing. But yeah, we're not gonna be starting Watch Dogs today anymore, though, because I won't really have much time to really delve into it, you know. If it's below 2 hours, then I'd rather start this game fresh this week. I haven't decided if we're gonna be starting Watch Dogs on Wednesday or Thursday. I still, of course, wanna continue with Uncharted 2, but I'd rather choose a stream where I don't have quite as much time, because I'm overall doing less in the game, and the game also takes less time to complete. So I think I might start Watch Dogs on Wednesday and continue with Uncharted on Thursday, because tomorrow I'm actually gonna skipping the stream since it's Levy's birthday. So we're gonna be spending some time together and stuff. But yeah, we will be back on Wednesday though. Indeed, I'm actually gonna bake the birthday cake later today. Well, it's more like a roll, I guess, than a cake. Kind of like a biscuit roll filled with marmalade. Cheers, Kobe. Yeah, no worries if you don't, but yeah, that's really nice of you. No real pirates were harmed in the making of this game. Amazing. What about the animates though? And here we go. So at the end you technically unlock all of the locations for all the important places. Like the Mayan Steelies, the Assassin contracts, the Templar hunts, the legendary ships. But that's of course all done at this point. Congratulations, you finished the game. So, let's have a final look here at the progress tracker, shall we? Just to make sure we've actually done anything we've set out to do. We have a total completion of 92%. We've 100% at sequence 1, including all of the optional objectives. Sequence 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. No optional objective, of course, for the Epilogue here. We've done all of the Templar hunts. All of the Assassin contracts. All of the Naval contracts. All of the Naval forts, or viewpoints, or the Mayan Steelies, or the taverns, or the legendary ships. And yeah, that's everything we've set out to do in this playthrough, bringing us to a total of 92% completion. But ain't too bad considering we just focus really on the missions this game. Thanks, I'm the best, I appreciate it. I let her know. Kobe, the only harm that has come to pirates is the trash Abstergo trailer. That's very true. Yeah, couldn't be more stereotypically awful, the portrayal. But yeah guys, so this is gonna be what we will call it today for our stream. I want to thank you all so much for coming by and for joining me for the end of AC4 Black Flag. So as I said, the next stream is gonna be on Wednesday, most likely with the start of Watch Dogs and our stealth and all mission playthrough in that game. For now though, we're gonna go have a look who's online and we can raid. I'm kind of hoping that Rod is still playing Origins. which seems to be the case. I reckon he's not doing for much longer today anymore, but always have to rate him, of course. Just gonna go over there real quick and see if it's still active. Yeah, seems like. No worries, Kobe. Thank you for being here. Thanks also again for the resub earlier. No worries, Lucinda. Thank you also for being here. I hope you have a good, relaxing day today and a great, you know, comeback into the streaming tomorrow. Have you planned yet what you're gonna be playing tomorrow, Lucinda? No worries, Leo. Thank you also for being here, dude. And of course, everyone else is still in here lurking and in chat. Thank you all so much for joining me today. And thanks also for posting those raid emotes, Kobe. So yeah, if you want to join along with raid to Rod, you can copy and paste the raid emotes and put it into chat to signal that you're part of the raid. Rod is currently actually exploring Alexandria, I think. On his way to assassinate Gennadios already. And he's doing something called a full sync challenge. So since Origins is the first game that didn't actually have full sync requirements, since Brotherhood really, he kind of like created optional objectives himself that he has to fulfill for each main mission. That's really cool. Quite creative, you know, to change it up and come up with something himself. So now you're thinking doing a Days Gone replay? Oh, very nice. That sounds good. Something you're already aware of, I guess, and would be, I guess, more chill to play as well if you already have played it before. No worries, Hyperion. Thank you also for being here and for lurking. I appreciate it. He definitely loves the custom challenge. I'm the best suit. Rod is definitely also a big reason why I started doing challenge runs as well. It's definitely been a big inspiration there. I watched someone do a first playthrough recently and it really lit the fire. That's fair too, you know. Like sometimes if you watch somebody play something you already know for the first time, it kind of like brings you back to how you felt playing something for the first time too. At least that's how it is to me when I watch somebody, for instance, play the AC games, you know, for the first time and having all those first impressions. It does remind me quite a bit of like how it was for me playing for the game for the first time. Yeah, I think it might be Leo. This track is actually called I Will Be With You. Not sure if it's specific to Nassau, but it might be. But yeah guys, we're about to raid out, so I will catch you next time. For now though, let's head over to Rod and say good day to him. So until then, catch you next time and have a good one.